You can literally scatter this stuff like dust or embed it into a sheet of paper. This was commercially released 10 years ago. It's a tiny computer, and it features data processing, data storage, wireless comms, and it's probably as close to the true smart dust vision from the early DARPA days as we've come so far. They're designed to harvest energy from the environment around them and to communicate via a mesh network.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant, independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours. Saturday, September 28th, 2024. Thank you for joining me today. Important developments in Lebanon that we're going to discuss. Pretty large, kind of earth-shattering movements that we're going to discuss that will change the direction of this ongoing war, genocide, however you're looking at it. Now, we're going to discuss the assassination of Nasrallah and the importance of that move. I know Robert's actually working on an article probably right now to discuss what this means and the kind of shifting of geopolitics. But the important thing we're going to get into around not just that event and whatever you think about the person or Hezbollah itself, but what Israel is doing, even if everything they're saying is accurate, is still just flagrant war crimes, open genocide. And my point, the way I framed it today is, if you understand how this is working and the Greater Israel Project and their stated directions and how little they perceive the value of lives outside of Israel, this is the extension, the expanding of this genocide. That's all this really is. And there's many reasons we can get into around why. One thought I actually had just as I was breaking the show up, or readying the show today, is the idea that it's certainly possible. And this is just, thinking of why they might so obviously shift into another direction. And for most people, that's really jarring. Even those that might have been going along, however possible, with the idea that what happened in Gaza was justified, that Lebanon, it's a different location, there's different dynamics and all this. But the thought came to me, it could be simply that they want to shift it to somewhere else. So as it expands, you can't say it's the same genocide because these are different people. And under the definitions that, I can see how they might make this argument. My point is that we have to ask ourselves why this might be happening. And when you do, and you take the time to look into who these people are and what they've been saying and their overarching agendas, it's very clear. There's no making this out to be about defending yourself or about the idea that this is somehow, multi-country battle against the little tiny nation of Israel because they're just the Jewish state and that's all that matters. None of that is even remotely, even playing a part in this conversation, quite frankly. We have to remember that this is an illegally occupied territory. Yes, Lebanon. And I've been saying this for a very long time because it's the obvious, provable reality. And I'm glad to see it starting to get picked up in other conversations that aren't necessarily independent. Because the reality is the occupied territory, just like with Gaza, changes the entire conversation. And they don't want you to know that because it does change the dynamic of who gets to defend themselves and who has no right to defend themselves, or the displacement of peoples or the illegal settlers and the occupation itself in regard to the locations of the buildings and where the bombing's taking place and Israel's official status given to these settlers, all of which makes these things military targets, or the dynamic of how Israel has set itself up in the first place. Everything about this is at the fault of Israel. And every crime that you want to that, let's say Lebanon bombs a civilian location, or Hezbollah in particular, that would be a crime. And we should discuss that. But we also have to discuss in the full context how Israel's been doing that for 75 years. And that would change the dynamic, but both would still be illegal. And that's what's called being equal under the law. This game of moral equivalence, there's a discussion to be had about who might be morally in the right, but it doesn't change the idea of the law. Whether you think you're morally in the right, the law is equivalent. No matter you're ISIS, Hezbollah, Hamas, or Israel, the United States. But of course, we all know that doesn't actually work that way. So we're going to go through the dynamic, make sure we understand the lies that are being said, seeming desire to just flatten this area just like Gaza and go after the individuals, and the act they took to go after Nasrallah, which, as far as I can tell, seems like they weren't even sure he was there until after the fact, which even more so makes it a crime. The idea that they flattened entire city buildings, multiple city buildings, in order to do this, killing lots of people. Why is that any different, as somebody rightly pointed out, than, let's just say, I don't know, the Twin Towers? Or, as somebody else pointed out, the U.S. deciding to bomb an entire area in Mexico because the cartels live there. Like, realize that in any other context, this would be just like it should be: illegal, disgusting, outrageous, even if everything they say is true. We're going to go to that in the latter half of the show today, but we're going to start with the conversation of something that I just couldn't put off. I put off a few things actually for another show, but today, something that struck me, that somebody just commented underneath something else we did coming off of our recent IMA panel around digital IDs in particular. And that is another point about smart dust, which is actually really crazy. If you've been following this show, I've been I'm terrified, interested in the conversation around where this nanotechnology direction goes, coming off of, we've been talking about that for a long time in other parts, and not as deep as we have since the COVID-19 illusion. And since that happened, with the idea of lipid nanoparticles and the possibilities around it, the different vectors, the mRNA platform conversation, the more I dug on this, the more it really does keep me up at night. Where this goes, to be quite honest, as you know, and you watch this show, where it's been for a long time, that we just don't seem to want to acknowledge as a species, and what that could already mean. Maybe that's why we're getting sicker. These are real questions we should be asking, a part of many different things that are being done to us. But I want to talk about this in the context of one specific concept of a patent, rather, from Wells Fargo. And it is a patent for, explicitly, and we'll go through it, using smart dust to track financial exchange. And we'll get into it before I go off on it. The idea that they're using moats, smart dust moats that all play these, like the opening clip I just used from a symposium that's over almost 20 years old now, or 15. I'll look at it when we get there, about how this was readily available 10 years before that. And we're talking literal smart dust, DARPA level, which is where it came from outside of other from a U.S. perspective, let's say. And they're talking about this for you going to take money out of the ATM and literally using smart dust in one discussion, deploying it from where you're taking this from to be able to make sure that you are who you are, check biometrics. And this sounds ridiculous to some people. Whether or not I'll show you the patent and whether or not they've been using this for a decade, people will act like this is crazy, because some of them just don't think it is crazy, think it's conspiracy theory. But I think the bigger conversation is people that just don't want to acknowledge that this is actually what's happening. And I get that more than anything else. But as always, you can't solve a problem without first acknowledging it. You can't actually engage with this without admitting that it's actually happening to you. So I just think that's very important. Now we're going to go over another section here about the two-party illusion that I think kind of bridges them both, but the importance of the upcoming selection and the idea that both sides, quite obviously, but one side more than the other, I think is being put up as what will be next, in my opinion. But either way, both sides are actively playing the same game, lying to you in equal ways, keeping you right in the position they want. And I want you guys I just want to highlight some of the people that are being risen up as the heroes against the rising problem that are, let's just put it like this: the two-party illusion contradictions. In many ways, down to small things like something people wore, or openly talking about things like CO2 or solar energy and acting like this is not completely aggressively against what most of the Republican base is talking about. Or the idea, if these same conversations were floated by somebody on the left, it would be examples of what they're fighting. But when it's said by somebody, they rise up as a hero, suddenly it's, oh, okay, well, maybe there is some thought to that. Maybe there is a way to go forward in that. And how about both sides are wrong? And that's usually how that works, because it distills you down to one very clear position, which all of your government ultimately wants. So let's start today with just the idea of the recent, or the discussion of the recent panel that I don't want you to miss, because it was I really enjoyed this one. Every time we've done this, only twice now, it's been really, I'm fascinated by the idea of having this many minds in one place that I think, in my opinion, which is why we're working with these people, are very, very intelligent and very insightful, and different opinions. But I hope you'll check these out for yourself, because I really think there's something special happening here with the different people that are collecting in these panels and what is being said and the different perspectives. And it's really mapping this out for people. Now, this one was called Digital ID, the Foundation for Technocracy. And it was with myself, Ian Davis, Whitney Webb, Catherine Austin Fitz. And the conversation is important. And I'm going to play a clip from that, of not the actual panel, but a clip that I played in the beginning that I thought really does a really great job breaking down where this is going in a very specific way, kind of pulling together all the different parts. But also, just in general, I want you to see this is our last panel. The one before this, which was debunking the false binary with the Independent Media Alliance, which I also thought was an important conversation. And then we all include the announcement we put out in case you haven't heard of what the IMA or Independent Media Alliance is and what we're doing with this, which is no financial mechanism, just a network of people that all see the problems building and want to overlap and sort of keep, like minds and to defend against where we see building against anybody in the independent media, which is the mainstream alternative media pretending to be that and ultimately boxing out the entire conversation that can actually affect change. But let's clip, I think it's, actually, before we get to that, I forgot I included this. Just hilarious to me. Derek Rose points out today that our second panel, which, by the way, was just the four of us talking. There was no, there was, I think, 2 clips, none of which, by the way, had to do with anything medical misinformation related. They censored our entire panel. But, not like that matters. I'm not griping about YouTube. I don't care about YouTube. Frankly, the only reason I even put it there is to kind of poke them in the eye because we keep doing our pirate streams, which I'm sure people have even forgotten about by now, seeing as how nobody cares that we're doing it. But we're continuing to use other people's channels to broadcast our pirate stream on YouTube. And I know that they know about it because I watch them change their tactics with us in particular almost every other show. But I don't bring it up because it's not important because who cares about YouTube? But the point is that they censored it. Of all the things we do, and it's what's funny is, as Ian put, I'll read what he commented, how absurd. I defy anyone to watch this discussion and identify anything that could be possibly construed as conflicting with the interest of any community. Only an authoritarian regime could judge it unacceptable, and regimes don't build communities. They crush them. His point is, one, about the idea of the community guidelines, but what he's saying is the idea that if you actually watch this, regardless of what you think and your disagreement, if you don't think we're right, there is literally nothing in this conversation that challenges any historic understanding of what would have got you censored. Anything, even the current guidelines. We're openly having a philosophical, scientific, and research conversation about how we see this building and what it might do. How in the world is that something worthy of censorship? But you know why? Because both the IMA and what we're generally talking about is threatening to the establishment, which is a kind of a scary thing, but it's actually a really positive step because it shows you that we are making change. And I think that's why the two-party establishment flipped out the moment we came out this season and said, this selection season and said, hey, two-party illusion, vote nobody. Voting doesn't matter like we do every single time. And oh my God, did we get a crazy pushback this time? And I think we all know why, because it seems like even people in the paradigm are starting to go, this doesn't make sense anymore. Good. It never did. But this is the image I took because the go through the review process, which, by the way, is just like a cutout empty page these days where it says, here's what you did wrong, empty space. Here's what you can do, empty space. Like, this is like such a fake process, and it always was. They're just going through the motions at this point. Guess what? Digital ID, technocracy, medical misinformation. What? It's just hilarious to me. I mean, they just stamp something on there to get rid of it because nobody cares. Nobody even thinks they have a reason anymore. Everybody, I think, has acknowledged that they just censor when they don't like the content. Nobody tries to, you get where this goes. It's kind of sad. And at the same time, it is a win, you might understand, because we forced this into the conversation. It used to be fake news that anything like this even happened. I'll include, again, the previous discussions. And, I thought I had one other point. Forgot where I was going to go. Oh, that's what it was. I wanted to play this clip. Oh, I see what I did. See, I'm always ahead of myself. That's so funny. For those that might wonder what I'm saying right there, sometimes I go through the last maybe half hour and I look at the organization and see if I can align things any better to make it, as always, I try to build these shows, which a lot of times why it takes me all day to organize, because a lot of the research and organizing the different lineup to make this kind of flat mesh in a way that connects the dots for people. Right. And even if they're different conversations, finding ways to sort of bridge them so it kind of lines up for you. And I think that's really important. Anyway, that's just why I forgot that I moved it around. So we'll come back. I'm going to play that clip of Catherine in a second. And you'll see why it makes sense. But I wanted to include, before we get into the deeper conversation, something that we discussed in the panel, which was about, generally digital IDs and biometric data and where this all goes. But I made this point many times, and it comes off the tail of Censored Man breaking this down. Well, technically, point out that we were talking about this well before this was a conversation, even from him online. But I think Censored Man with 1 million followers and kind of being in the Elon orbit definitely got attention to this. But I want to point out that we were covering this a long time ago, that Authentics, this Israeli Unit 8200 intelligence company, was the one that Twitter was using to prove that you were who you were, which, by the way, is one of the steps to digital IDs. And he's 100% part of this, despite all the people screeching about how that won't be the case. I'm willing to bet you, like we'll get into, like every other time, it's going to be him presenting his version, which will be the same damn thing, and they'll fall for it. Whoever side. It's the same thing as left or right. It's never about one or the other. In my mind, it's the government. So everyone always trying to force this into, you're against this side or that. I see they're the same thing to me. So I only focus on where it seems like the attention is needed, and sometimes it does aim one more or the other. But in this case, this is the Twitter verification process that is still using Authentics. Now, this is just a brave search engine pointing out that, yes, they're still using this. The process takes around 5 minutes and involves collaboration with Authentics, a third-party company. Now, this is still to this day. I just checked it again recently because of you can use a challenge for whatever I did last time. You challenge basically whether someone has taken, some kind of a violation, and it takes you through the process, it makes you try to confirm with them before you continue the process. Which means, and if you read it right there on the page, it says they can take your biometric data. That's happening right now on Twitter, and weirdly, Republicans don't seem to care. The conservatives, by and large, do. Team sport politics of either side don't seem to care. Now, why that's important, as we covered here on July 29, 2024, that they're still using Authentics is because he promised that we're going to go to Stripe. And this was a public conversation after Censored Man, again, because he had a lot of following, kept pointing it out, and Elon deflected and said, okay, well, now it's a problem, and we're going to use Stripe. They're still using this. At a time when the Israeli government, who owns this entity, it's an Israeli Unit 8200 extension of the Israeli intelligence apparatus, who even their own conversations point out they use this for a lot of their intelligence, is currently committing genocide in multiple places. And what about Palestinians using this service? What about people anywhere that Israel might have an issue with using this service? Doesn't that matter to any? Yes, it does to most people. But apparently those that don't want to see Elon Musk and anybody else in the paradigm or the machine for what they are don't want to. Now, why that's important to me is because here is what Authentics posted on, well, for 1,000 reasons, but one that came up in the show, July 23rd, 2023. Here's Authentics. Very small following, by the way, which usually, on Twitter, which means they're not promoting themselves or Elon or anybody else, which tells me something. But it says, are digital IDs the ultimate game changer for global identification? Realize this is the same entity Elon and Yaccarino are using right now to take your biometric data, even though Elon does not need that. Twitter does not need that right now. And they're the ones going, yes, digital IDs. That's where we need to go. Join the discussion on the current usage, challenges, hindering adoption, on the promising future of digital IDs. And here's the main platform, if you want to look at it, the rise of digital IDs and their path to global adoption. That's the Israeli entity Authentics. Just in case any Republicans out there actually care about consistency and the logic here. Now, here is what Catherine, it's a clip that Dr. Ray put out. Shout out to them and their work here. And this is a clip that really does kind of bring together the different layers of this. Now, I'm not sure where this happened. Here's the full link, but it's just her at her desk and somebody kind of filming like a documentary kind of thing. And she breaks it down really well, overlapping why they want to hide this from you.
So if you look at what's going on, we have the tech people building the clouds and the telecommunications. We have the military doing space and Operation Warp Speed. So they're putting up the satellites, okay? Then we have Big Pharma, which is making the injections that are full of these mystery ingredients and modify your DNA, and for all we know, make you infertile. And then we have the media pouring out the propaganda. And then we have the central bankers engineering to the crypto, the central bank crypto systems. So you have these different pillars, and it's very important when you look at what's going on day to day, particularly in the media, they're trying to keep them separate so that you can't see how they're going to come together in an integrated system, which is basically integrated into your body and your mind.
For what purpose?
To institute the slavery system. So in other words, if I am going to do everything through a smart grid, and I need to run the smart grid into your neighborhood, and then I need to run the smart grid into your body, The question is, how am I going to build it out in your neighborhood and build it out in your body without you seeing the trap, right? So that's why you try and keep these different lines separate. So if you listen to the central bankers, they try as hard as they can to stay away from these conversations. So it was interesting. I was watching an IMF presentation on cross-border payments, and the Federal Reserve Chairman, the head of the IMF, mentioned the digital global ID system. And you would have the Federal Reserve Chairman almost blanched, and you could energetically feel him moving like a galaxy away. It's like, no, because, there are 325 million Americans, and there are more than 325 million guns. And he doesn't want everybody to see this until the trap is thrown. It's too late.
Have we been put in a trap this year?
Yes. Right, but the door hasn't shut.
It always cracks me up to see, her interviewed by like normie interviewers, like to what end? And like, you can almost see like it's him, it's almost a joke. And it's just hilarious to me that, it's just so far above, like that whole in exchange, how accurate her point is and his kind of like blithe response. It reminds me of the first time Whitney Webb went on Jimmy Dore when I set that up. It was hilarious to me how it was like a dead face where she was like blowing the doors off the narrative. And it's, by the way, now exactly what they're all talking about too. But she was, this was back when we were talking about this in 2021. And it was just hilarious to me. Like, it was just like, what? Because she was breaking it down. Same points we're talking about now. And it's just funny how people just have a hard time wrapping their mind around how real this stuff is. And this is what we're going to get into. Now, I want to include with that the point about the SAVE Act and the Real ID 2020 and Real ID and the Real ID compliant identification and the digital ID point. And I'll include the link. We talk about it because the SAVE Act is simply a Trojan horse for digital ID. It's very apparent, overlapping that with the mobile driver's license point from the Biden side of it, which they tell you was going to be a one-stop shop for your paper, now no longer paper, all on your phone. And once those go away, the SAVE Act becomes only Real ID compliant. And boom, there you go. And they both point at each other and they act like the other person did it, and digital IDs are here nonetheless. Everyone, it's weird how the partisanship will love to just go on forever in their technocratic prison going, but it was only the Democrats. Well, who cares at that point? You're in the prison. So who cares what side you think caused it? At the end of the day, the point is both sides. It matters, but both sides are driving you there. So if you're okay letting it happen, as long as you can pretend the other side did it, that seems pretty crazy to me, because the reality is all very clear. Oh, and I want to include what Tim Hincliffe pointed out here, and this is in response to the post of the actual panel. He says, regarding Real ID and digital ID, and this is from the sociable.co article, it says, you may be interested to learn that physical driver's license holders may soon be able to apply for mobile driver's licenses, that MDLs, stored on your smartphones if they want to move into digital IDs. The point here is that this is always how it starts. Convenience. And I made this point in the show, right? At first it becomes, you can go to the front of the line. And a lot of people will take that bait. Here's a cookie. Oh my gosh, I'll do whatever. And then of course it becomes, well, if you don't have it, you go to the back of the line. And that gets a lot more people. Convenience is more it moves more than you think. Then, of course, it becomes, well, if you don't do it, then you're going to, your grandma killing grandma, whatever the narrative is about what you become the enemy, the problem, the standout. This is always how it goes. Mark my words. I hope I'm wrong, always, but I think we all know how this works. So bringing that into the conversation of the first main point today. Shout out to, this first time I've seen the account, but they've commented this under something else we did. Do you see what God sees is the name of the account. So thank you for pointing this out. This really did, as much as I've been talking about this for a long time. I'm well aware this exists, but it just still blows my mind how clear this is. So he simply said, or whoever the person said, do you know Wells Fargo Bank has a patent on smart dust usage? I'm like, when I read that, I'm like, really? Like, I almost like that. It's probably more abstract than that, but nope, it's pretty damn simple. Systems and methods that facilitate authenticating a user making a payment using micro-electromechanical systems, or MEMs, which, by the way, is also kind of funny in the MSM, MAM kind of overlap. Just, I don't know. My mind always finds patterns. But thank you and he posted a link, which if he hadn't, I probably wouldn't have gave him a shout out. Not because the point is, people that don't include the links to things, I rarely want to give them a shout out on the show because I think that's very important. So good on you for including the source material. So let's get into it, because this is pretty wild. So here is the actual patent on Google Patents. which you can find in any other location, and you'll find the data banks of patents, and it literally is assigned to Wells Fargo Bank. It's crazy. I mean, I guess it makes sense for what they're trying to accomplish, but it's wild to me that this kind of thing would just be a patent for a bank, which really does in a bigger way show you that they're not just a group that's holding your money. There's something much bigger going on in the financial industry, which, by the way, is what Catherine talks about more than anything, and really does have an amazing way to tie it in for average people to how clear this is, the control structure. But I'm going to go over to the highlights because, of course, it went away as it always does. But I want to point out, and I just on these, I took pictures. What I want to show you is the first, it's a patent from 2016. So one, that a patent for something this broad, and I'm just basically pointing out that it's a system to authenticate you making payments using smart dust, actual motes in the air, aerosolize, or whatever word you would. Aerosolize is probably not the correct word, but that kind of idea. And right there says smart dust, and we'll get into the specifics of it. But so 2016, showing you that a bank has a patent for this in a real-time usage out in the world when you're at an ATM pulling money out. In 2016, I just think that in and of itself has to kind of shock people out of how this is not some 2040 idea. This is right now, and it's been going on for decades. I keep saying that, but it seems that it's not connecting with a lot of people. And the point is that it goes back or goes forward to 2037. And what that tells me is this is not some old kind of expiring patent that they floated and didn't really flesh out. No, this is happening, and they're working on it, and they've gotten an extension all the way to 2037. Because, these can expire. They have to kind of reapply. And the point is that they got it. It's as of 2022, the publication of the patent itself, it was granted, and now they've gotten adjusted expiration all the way to 2037, which means this is going on. That's important to think about. It's being built. It's working on right now, possibly being tested. And that's, again, my point is not tested. That's all. If you want to have an example, which I'll play the video for you yet again, of a government associated entity publicly discussing testing these things for, shipping routes across the ocean, I'll play it for you. It goes back about, I think it was 20 years. That's wild. That means that there are, and what that means, we're talking about smart dust, which I'll play a video for those that can't wrap their mind around that, and I understand why, to show you what it means, that we're talking dust, things that you can't even see blown in the air that then can, on air currents, float around and be actively used to surveil, to watch, to take biometric data, or any number of other much more alarming things. And that may sound crazy as always, but it's something that is very, very real. Now let's talk about the patent first. And I should always point out, by the way, I say it's real because all the evidence shows that. You have government patents, you have government contracts, you have videos of companies doing so. But I always want to include that somebody, Jay Cooey, who I respect a lot in his opinion, he's a very smart guy. I interviewed him, and he had an opinion that this might be more of a ploy, which is very valid to consider, that this whole thing is sort of being floated to make you think that. He doesn't believe that it's actually viable and happening, but just to include the other opinion. I tend to think that there's just too much evidence, but he's a very smart guy. He's smarter than me. So going through this, it says the disclosure disclosed and claimed herein is, is this make sure I'm starting with the right one. Yeah, this is the right one. Okay. It says the disclosure disclosed and claimed herein, in one aspect thereof, includes systems and methods that facilitate authenticating a user making a payment using smart dust. Smart dust, as discussed herein, is a system of small microelectric mechanical systems, or MEMs. So watch out for that in the future, where you'll just won't, that term, that acronym will be used, and you might not be, as a way to kind of subtly include something like that. But MEMs, or microelectric mechanical system devices that can have sensors that collect data and transfer it to a base station device. Now, that doesn't mean via wire. That means via any number of methods that are used to take it from a autonomous or independently floating mote, and taking that data and then transmitting that to a central location. The MEMs devices, or I'll stick with that, MEMs devices can collect sensor information about the person, capturing audio data, optical data, temperature data, pressure data, and motion data, and compare it to data associated with the user profile to determine that the person making the payment is the same person associated with the user profile, or just that they have the password, Of course, anybody could lie and cheat, but instead, let's just make sure they have a complete biometric makeup of you that have nothing to do with your financial data. Why would they need Everything, the pressure data, temperature data, your heartbeat, your biometer, your IMA, really? Are we really going to pretend like that? What they're going to argue is because we just want to make sure it's always for your safety. Or this is just another entity getting in on the gold rush that is your data. Like biometric is a huge step. As Corbett said a long time ago, data is the new oil. We've seen that with the social media platforms. This is a whole other step. The biometric data is not just your social media searching history. This is about things that I argue, and I've said this more than once, that I don't think as a society we fully grasp what that means yet. Getting into digital twins and the metaverse and whatever goes beyond that. Even things like people don't want to talk about, even though we know it's a real concept, like cloning. What does this mean in 30, 40 years from now when this bank or whatever company we're talking about literally owns your biometric data? What makes you up as a person in that context? I don't know. And that should worry all of us that they're rushing to get in control of that data. Banks, for crying out loud. And it says the sensor data can comprise biometric data relating to the height of the person, weight of the person, heart rate or pulse of the person, blood pressure, and body temperature. Yeah, they sure need your blood pressure to make sure it's you, right? The sensor data can also capture images of the person. The facial recognition can be performed to authenticate the person. Okay, why wouldn't you just do that? Why wouldn't you just put a facial recognition scan on the thing you're using? No. We need floating smart dust to make sure we gather everything. Obviously, you think through this for 1 second and this doesn't line up. Once the person's identity has been confirmed and thus authenticated, the payment request can be confirmed and payment made via either the mobile device or credit card. You know, of course, there's 1,000 things we can include in this, which what happens when they decide that you're not that person because you've been boxed out or because there's an error, or what do you do then? You go talk to the bank guy, well, that the system knows. This is where they keep telling you, like Eric Schmidt said in an interview, that eventually we'll get to a point, in paraphrasing, that the AI will make decisions that we think are morally wrong, but the AI will know better. Whitney and I talked about this. In the future, we'll have to the AI will know, and we have to make it. Absolutely not. Now, not only, even if you think that would make sense, it can always be manipulated by the data and input of information from the human source, or just blatantly manipulated. So we get to a point where this thing gets to decide, how are we going to be able to vet that? What if you think they lied to you, or the bank decides, or how about from a government level, they just debank you and just claim you're not the person? You see where this goes. From a government that we already know has acted this way, all around the world for that matter, Canada and the trucking convoy, the United States, right now it's everywhere you see it. Anti-Semitism claims and whatever else. This should be terrifying for everybody that understands how this power is almost always used. It says the MEM's devices can be small enough that they can be suspended in the air, and in some embodiments be self-propelled. So let's just dispel any out there people that don't, pushing back. This is exactly what it sounds like. Smart dust motes, which it even uses that word as we go through it. Motes being the usual term for something like this, which we'll show you these videos in a second. Suspended in the air or self-propelled. Very clear. In response to determining that a payment is being made and authentication is required, the base station device, and that simply means whatever we're talking about, the bank with the central location where the data is being processed, can activate the MEM's devices, which can proceed to collect data to authenticate the user. Now, it makes it very clear in the breakdown. So something that blows out a bunch of motes that floats around, or something that actually comes off the device that you're holding, this is what they outline. Now, this is all a patent. It's hypothetical, right? But this is where it's going. This is where they're all rushing. And remember, this was put up at 2016. For instance, it says audio sensors to detect heart rate or breathing rate may not be activated when ambient sound levels are above a predetermined level. So what they're trying to argue here is that, well, we need all of these 47 different angles of your data because one might not be applicable. And it says, similarly, optical sensors may not be activated if light levels are below another predetermined level. Don't worry, though. We'll take everything else. Because the operations can also include authenticating the user access request based at least in part on biometric data. Really, in my opinion, most all of what they're talking about is biometric data, but it's really about just everything that would make up some kind of a data point that could be used, sure, to, I guess, authenticate you, which is a wild overkill, or in 1,000 other concerning ways that we're talking about as this goes into the future. Then it goes on to say, in an embodiment, this is more in the expanded definitions or outline, in an embodiment. So that's the term they use in this is just whether that's the device that is spitting them out, or rather the embodiment being, in some cases, as they discussed, the device you may be holding. It's basically where it's coming from. It says smart dust can be made of MEM's device sensors that can collect a variety of sensor data. The MEM's device sensors can collect optical data, infrared data, audio data, electromagnetic field data, temperature data, air pressure data, location data, and or motion data. The optical data can include data used to perform facial or body recognition. The optical data can also be used to gather biometric data. The electromagnetic field data can also be used to measure magnetic fields and or read any RFID tags that the user may carry. Just in case you've got that old archaic tech that we used to put in you without you knowing, we'll be able to check that too. It says the location data can be GPS data or other location data that can try to identify the location of the smart dust. So just realizing, like every other thing we've talked about, that it's not just that it's data relaying, but it's actually real-time location tracking, everything. It says the MEM's device sensors, or motes, that make up smart dust can be suspended in air and surround or be near a user while collecting data. There's just that's as clear as it gets, floating around you, collecting what data it needs. In some embodiments, the motes can be self-propelled and able to move around. In other embodiments, the motes may be moved passive on wind currents. So those are the differences. Either way, they're floating around you, landing on your skin, as you'll hear in this symposium we'll play, and then in some cases, using your own body's energy to maintain that process, or it could be self-propelled. They'll decide. In an embodiment, the motes can be released by base station upon activation. The motes may also be carried by a user and released when the user attempts to make a purchase using a mobile payment or a credit card payment. So in that case, what they're talking about is we're still deciding whether we want to try to make this something that you all carry with you all the time, that you have to have in order to exchange with this bank, like some kind of mote dispensing concept, or maybe your phone, or your new WeChat Twitter overlap app that goes on, whatever we're talking about. Just sort of being facetious, but you see where this all kind of comes together in a one-stop device they're trying to build, or app on one-stop device kind of concept. But what ultimately the point being that it could be something that you deploy there, or it could come from the station you're using, something that could, all these different points, it all adds up to the same idea. Because what I'm actually thinking is that this is a moot idea in the first place. That once this is something that is actively deployed, it's sort of like the idea of glyphosate that is everywhere in the world all the time, no matter what you do now, because of the way that the world has been drenched in it, and it's never going away. It's in your air you're breathing, the clothes you're wearing, the water you're drinking. And if you don't know that, that should scare you, because it's happened a long time ago. And all of us were screaming about glyphosate and Monsanto, and you guys said conspiracy theorists. Well, guess what? It's too late now. It's an endocrine disrupting chemical. It is a horrifying overlap to the COVID-19 medical side of things, as Dr. Stephanie Seneff pointed out. All these different dynamics. The point is that it was being used and it was dangerous, and we all knew that, and nobody wanted to stop it, right? They did urine tests in the European Parliament, and every single one of them had glyphosate in their urine. They tested craft beers in Germany. All of them had glyphosate. Organic wines in Napa, all of them had glyphosate. So they're not craft anymore. They're not organic, but they just pretend they are because, well, too late, it's everywhere. That's the kind of idea I'm talking about here. That once this becomes ubiquitous, which I'm guarantee is the point, there's really no going back from that. I'm worried that might already happen. Now, there you get into the scary part of the conspiracy theory frame. Just my opinion. And obviously, if you can engage with this basic reality, that obviously it could have already happened, like almost always in the past, where they float these things and then it's already there too late. Just something to consider. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I just think this is a very valid and obvious point to make. And then it says, in an embodiment, the base station device can be part of the point of sale system. So, like I said, an ATM, a register, at a retail or customer service establishment. In other embodiments, base station device can be carried by a user or be a mobile device carried by the user and store the motes therein. Very clear. It's exactly what I was just talking about. And it says, in an embodiment, the motes of the smart dust can be provided by a financial institution associated with the server. Now, I don't know about you guys, but that seems pretty damn wild to me. All this will be included, as always. There's the number and the information for those that want to check it out for yourselves. Now, here is this is called MakerCon. Now, this is 10 years old. In the video, he's talking about that this was readily available 10 years before that. So 20 years ago, this was something that was already usable, and I'll prove that with the next clip. But I've played this many times. This was the opening I played. I'll play a little bit more of it here to show you that this, now what you're looking at in the picture right now are salt crystals, like salt from a salt shaker. And those little MU chips or motes are the size of what this was 20 years ago. 20 years ago. You know how much change and technological advancement happens and how fast it does these days? 20 years ago. I'm willing to bet you that and 20 years ago was a lie because of how this always goes the same way, where they give you something. And like I talk about the joke today where they go, look at this new chip and it's the size of an acorn or whatever. And it's like, that's ridiculous when we know this stuff existed 20 years ago. They're trying to keep you in it's, you know, right now, a good example is how I keep pointing out that we seem to focus on things like security cameras and surveillance, and which matters. But if we start to understand, as we've seen in WEF symposiums, World Economic Forum, that they're using Wi-Fi signals to essentially 3D map rooms, and that's literally everywhere in the world, that I don't think we're there anymore. But I think they want us to be stuck at a point where we think that's the reality because we don't really grasp what's actually happening. They just being the power structures we're discussing. So let's watch this to make sure you can connect it with something that has been going on a very long time. And this ties back to DARPA. As Whitney's been writing for TLAV and Unlimited Hangout for a long time, the idea of the internal bio platform or in nano platforms or the smart gel, all these things are nanotech concepts that they've developed for a really long time. And then, of course, we come out with this clearly deadly shot that they forced on everybody that has nanotech and mRNA platforms. I mean, it's hard not to think there's some connection there. I'm not saying you can prove that. Well, quite frankly, there's provable evidence to show that there's things in there that we don't know or aren't supposed to be there. I'm always skeptical about different dynamics of, the bottom line is it's clear that there are things in there that might be to the level of that. And that's being broken down by scientists around the world. But I'll leave that for you to decide. My question is simply that, or my point, it's obvious that that connection is there. And if we're unwilling to consider that, there's a block there that you should consider or reflect on.
Just become invisible. We're still essentially the banging the rocks together stage for this sort of stuff. And you haven't really seen anything yet. So this is closer to the end of the vision. This is this powder-sized chip, and that's a salt crystal. So this is a small thing. It's something called the Mu chip from Hitachi. It's the smallest commercially available RFID system in the world and can be pulse-powered by radio waves. It doesn't require a battery. You can literally scatter this stuff like dust or embed it into a sheet of paper. And you know what the really interesting thing about this technology is? This was commercially released 10 years ago. So the inevitability of smart dust. So what is smart dust? Well, smart dust, of course, isn't a new concept. It originated with DARPA back in the 90s. And it's just
in the 90s. So what's hilarious to me and scary is that it can be such a common fact within the expert field, and yet you talk about this stuff and even people in the independent media are like reflexively dismissed. I mean, like a shout out to Kim Iverson. She had me on the show to talk about this, but the point is that so few people are out there willing to consider it. I get it, though. I mean, look, I'll put it two ways. One, there's a lot of crazy stuff happening. So it's hard to, even this, I had to decide if I wanted to put time into this today with with everything else going on. For me, I just find it important to make sure we don't forget stuff like this. But it's wild. How could, it's the same point they make everywhere else. We're watching a genocide. We're watching them murder children. And it's wild how people just pretend it's not happening. It's the same damn thing. And what does that need to show you? In my opinion, that there's something going on here. Otherwise, we'd be talking about it.
General purpose computing, sensors, wireless networking, all bundled up into millimeter scale sensor modes, drifting in the air currents, flecks of computing power settling on your skin, ingested, monitoring you inside and out.
Terrifying.
And if you don't think that's possible, this is the Michigan micro mode.
Just so you don't understand that. He's not saying future. He's saying that's what we have. You don't think it's possible? Here's something going on 20 years ago. Realize what he just said. Ingested, floating in the air currents. That is there. 10 years ago in this video, and then 10 years before that with the DARPA and Mu chip concepts. It exists already. Now, of course, to Jay's point, maybe this is all an illusion. We should always consider that. But we have to acknowledge that the data and the evidence from the people acting like this is conspiracy theory is clearly showing you that they're at least wanting you to think that it is there. The patents, the data, all of it. Now, that has to be something we consider. There's no way we can disregard that with the technocratic panopticon that would be this building around us right now. Like, if we realize that, and the digital ID and social credit, how is this not a part of the conversation?
It's a cubic millimeter in size. And in deference to the speaker before, yes, it runs an ARM processor.
Yep.
It's a tiny computer.
Meaning that your own body's energy can actually make this continue to work.
And it features data processing, data storage, wireless comms. And it's probably as close to the true smart dust vision from the early DARPA days as we've come so far. They're designed to harvest energy from the environment around them and to communicate via a mesh network. And of course, the energy is the key problem with this. You can make the computing small, the energy is hard.
I'll leave it there for now. Make sure you watch the whole thing. It's only 20 minutes long, the entire clip, or 19 minutes. It's pretty scary. I mean, legitimately, that this is even there. Now here, I'll just play a couple quick parts of this. This goes back around the same time, right? This is an old video about the idea of using this, and the company was literally called Dust Networks, which seems to, I mean, they've shifted websites. It still technically exists, but it doesn't seem like it's, at least that we can see, doing much. I think arguably this kind of stuff went, military side, and we don't see what's going on. But this is about using this to track shipping out in the open a long time ago.
My name is Chris Piester, and I am the founder and chief technologist of Dust Networks. I got started in this business way back in the 90s when I coined the phrase smart dust to describe the vision of the future where wireless sensors become ubiquitous and improve the quality of all of our lives.
Now, isn't it interesting how those moments happen? 90s, we're all talking about it. You're having, PBS documentaries about it, and then all of a sudden it just vanishes from the conversation. And then suddenly it's regarded as a fake story. Doesn't that seem like a gigantic red flag? It should.
Smart Mesh IP is a revolutionary new product that brings all of the benefits of reliability, security, and low power that we've developed for the industrial process automation market and brings that into the world of the Internet Protocol. So first and foremost, Smart Mesh IP is IP. We use the IPv6 Internet Protocol to send packets in the network and to send packets out of the network to applications. It is the hardware platform that underlies the Smart Mesh IP family, low power and extremely reliable.
I might have grabbed the wrong one.
Such an application, and you can use the business.
Well, the bottom line is he's just talking about exactly what we just discussed and what this was all that time ago. And it's interesting that he's the one that coined the term smart dust. So it's a very real concept. But there's another one that I'm going to look really quickly, make sure I didn't miss it somewhere. That basically, it's a really quick part of these videos. Oh, this might be it. Let's see. Yeah, that's the one.
Buildings.
So this is the same group, just it's one of their kind of like advertisements. And all I wanted you to see was his example of what he's showing you that how you should visualize it. For everyone watching, it's probably already very clear, but for those that might be still
suspended in the sky are an intelligent buildings suspended in the sky are an intelligent use of future real estate. But in the future, every square inch of every city will be alive with intelligence. Because every street and every building will have a network of microcomputers built right into them. Dr. Chris Piester calls it smart dust.
Right there.
A smart dust particle or mote is a wireless sensor with sensing, computation, communication, and power in one package.
These all-in-one microcomputers.
Now, those are gigantic, even at this time, by the way. So that's interesting to note.
Computers will be small, very small.
The size of a mote today is about the size of a grain of rice.
Grain of rice. Now, look, at this point in time, I think you could easily show DARPA and the Mu chip were way smaller. So who knows why that was stated? Either way, maybe that's just what they're working on. The point I'm showing you is simply the idea of what he's showing you in his hand. The idea of these obvious modes.
And we've shown that we can make the circuitry small enough and light enough that eventually it will be possible to make things that are on a sub-millimeter size scale.
Sub-millimeter size scale. They already showed you pouring it. There's this one right here. That's what it was. What he means. You see him spreading it in the air.
And basically distribute it everywhere.
Right. They're talking about this in cities everywhere. Now, overlapping that with what Courtney was discussing, the natural asset companies, or what Derek was discussing, the idea that this is going to be used to track natural resources, or at least under the guise of doing so, and the monetization, the commodification of all of these things for the interest of the government and the globalist ideas. That's what this stuff is one part of. But there's much more going on around this. So either way, the point is to understand how real this is. And if we're talking about just some bank owning a patent for some idea that literally dumps this stuff out in front of you to make sure to identify you, it's something that is clearly in the works or possibly already there. And if we know that this has been done, and they, in this video and in their discussions, discuss how this was used to track overseas shipments, how in the world is it not possibly already out there ubiquitously? Or with geoengineering, or with the injection, 1,000 other things we can consider, that there are anomalous things were happening. Why are people getting this illness? Why do we feel this way? I mean, it's interesting to think about. I'm not saying I'm guaranteeing, or I think for a fact that that's what the case is, but these are valid questions. Now, I'm going to include some discussions I had about this. This was January 22nd, 2024. Simply asking the same point now. Is smart dust already in use in the population? Yes, undeniably. And the question is, was COVID-19, in quotes, an attempted experimental next step? Very important to consider that. As well as the same image used, go back to May 1st, 2023, the Charles Lieber connection from nanotechnology to COVID-19 to technocracy. Then I'll just include a general search for the word smart dust if you want to check that stuff out more. Now, here's where, just to end this segment, what's this Orwell shared with me today. This is from September 26, 2024. An edible toothpaste-based transistor. Yeah, we're talking about nanotech here. This is the nanotech. It's under nanotechnology. They're talking about a toothpaste. Oh, you know what's funny, actually? See if I have that clip of Borla talking about this, sort of something like this. Yep, there it is. That's why I keep all this stuff.
It is basically biological chip that it is in the tablet. And once you take the tablet and dissolves into your stomach, sends a signal that you took the tablet. So imagine the applications of that, compliance. The insurance companies to know that the medicines that patients should take, they do.
Now, of course, this gets constantly clipped up to make it look like it doesn't include an old conversation by people that are, even though they want you to see that this is, dishonestly trying to trick you into seeing the truth, which is just as bad, in my opinion, as lying. But the point is that this is about an old conversation. This is pre-COVID-19. All he's talking about, which is just as alarming to me, is a pill that would just simply notify some central database whether you took it or not. His argument is about schizophrenics or whatever, which, it's sort of like Elon Musk and the brain chip. It's for people having new limbs and so on. Yeah, maybe that'll be a part of it. Clearly not the real point, though. So why that's important is that this is another angle of this. Edible toothpaste with transistors in it that can, do any number of things. And that's the point, is they can break down on logic to make sure you brush your teeth, to make sure that you're out, whatever it is. But the bottom line, whatever the narrative is simply another way to get these things ingested. Now, to me, all I'm highlighting here is that this is a real thing, that it's out there. And we know that there's a lot of surreptitious concepts around this. And so I just think it should worry us. Here, this is the actual scientific breakdown, a fully edible transistor based on a toothpaste pigment. And just to include that with another part, David Miller highlights this, and this is a bigger conversation. Of course, it's not only about Israel. Quite frankly, I think your government's doing this more than anybody to you. But think about this as well. If we're talking about the overlap of this tech, which I guarantee you Israel, with the forward aspect of their tech industry, is involved with, how is this being used? Is it being used in their current genocides? Or with the idea of the obvious infiltration of U.S. tech, the idea of the recent conversation of the pagers and walkie-talkies that were used, the overlapping of that with the obvious problem of the influence, like we talked about Carbine 911, Comframe, the overlapping of Israeli intelligence with Eric Prince and the using this to get to the Defense Department, and the idea that all of these things are problems, openly stating that they're working for the interest of Israel. These are intelligence-connected companies acting like they're American companies all around the country. The point is it not possible that that's whether it's the toothpaste or any number of other things, that this could be infiltrated? Yes. But to talk about that, David Miller says, how does Israel infiltrate the tech used by millions in order to target individuals? One route, which you might find interesting, is using VPNs, which people use to evade surveillance. Apparently, in this episode from DP Classified, Palestine, or PD Classified, or P Declassified, excuse me, we ask why people should be concerned about a group called Cape Technologies, which owns a number of the biggest virtual private network providers, or VPNs. In their first report, they look at a man behind Cape Technologies, who apparently is an Israeli businessman, which doesn't prove that he is somehow compromised, but it's certainly concerning with the idea of how Israel talks about using things just like this to benefit the intelligence side of their apparatus, or just Israel in general, by using X, in quotes, unit 8,200 people, or X anybody military, or even intelligence, which I don't think is really a thing, to make companies. And they will state themselves they're doing this for the interest of the Israeli agenda. It says later in the show, we highlighted the fact that the CEO of Cape Technologies has a background with a covert Israeli military unit. Guess which one that is, guys? Unit 8200. Oh my God, what a surprise. So the problem is that these are real things, that they're using this and infiltrating tech and governments and everywhere else. And the concern is that they're using the very thing you think you're using to keep you private to actually track you, or any number of other infiltrated tech concepts. And I'll include this article on the show for you to read for yourself. And then, of course, with all of that being said, the idea of smart dust and biometric tracking and everything else, maybe it's worth hearing what Trump said about biometric tracking one more time.
Great. We will finally complete the biometric entry-exit visa tracking system, which we need desperately. For years, Congress has required biometric entry-exit visa tracking systems.
Both sides of the government.
But it has never been completed. The politicians are all talk, no action, never happens.
So first, right there. Oh, see, they're all talk. I'm the guy who's action. Just if these are basic social he's manipulating you into going, oh, then we're better than them. Let's do it then. It's like such a simple, it's like reverse psychology, like basic stuff, but it seems to work. So same with the next point.
Never happens. Hillary Clinton, all talk. Unfortunately, when there is action, it's always the wrong decision.
Oh, Clinton wouldn't do it? Well, let's do it then. Let's be, it's like the opposite. Really? How about none of us want that, whether or not the other side or whichever game you're playing? It's so basic, guys.
Notice? In my
this is important.
administration, we will ensure that this system is in place. And I will tell you, it will be on land, it will be on sea, it will be in air. We will have a proper tracking system.
Which means it's for everybody. It's for you, it's for everybody. The immigration discussion is just a vehicle for this to be used. That should concern you. Now, maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he's being used. It's never about trying to go bad guy Trump, because I think they're all stupid. I think it's just your government, all of it. But it's a fact, and it's something to consider, that shouldn't be what we want with the bigger conversation. Now, another point to include, just before we move on to the next segment, that you might not have seen, hopefully you have, since we've covered it a lot. Derek's been breaking it down since 2023. Frankly, far ahead of literally anybody else that I can see short of the Fluoride Action Network, despite very few people pointing that out that have known that work has been going on now that it's a bigger story. And I'm talking specifically about the mainstream alternative media. Fluoride Action Network posted this today, or rather, I get late last night. The trial evidence in this case establishes, this is a direct quote from the judge, federal court, that even if there is some uncertainty as to the precise level at which fluoride becomes hazardous, which there's really not. This is a game being played by the federal government, knowing that it's hurting you, but they don't care. He says, under even the most conservative estimates of this level, there is not enough of a margin between the accepted hazard level and the actual human exposure level to find that fluoride is safe. Otherwise, it means that it's not. It's dangerous. It's a neurotoxin. It's hurting you. And everyone knows that. And this is even what the judge put out. And Derek pointed this out in his recent article. And I simply said, what was that again about conspiracy theory? Of course, it won't matter, because now it's going to be like, yeah, we all knew that, as it always does. Despite the fact that 10 seconds ago, people were acting like you were a lunatic for saying it was a problem. And by the way, some people will just end up continuing to say that. Sort of like geoengineering is a fake story, despite having literal programs to carry it out. Harvard and California. But no, it's fake news because they just can't get past that programming. But think about how crazy this is. If you're at least objective enough to pay attention to anybody, just data coming your way, regardless of the partisan narratives, think about what else might be real when they call it fake, or fake when they call it real. They being literally anybody in power. Because this is where we are now. How many times do we need to see these things be proven to be correct, grudgingly so, until we ask ourselves what they really care about you? Hopefully you already got there. Now, one last quick point on this idea. I just want to make sure we see. I just think this is hilarious. Same kind of general point of hypocrisy, contradiction. This is a new article from today, Reuters. Got COVID? Here are the new 2024 isolation guidelines. Okay, so here's what's important to point out. Based on their logic, and realize they didn't change their standing. They just stopped enforcing what they were doing before. Based on this logic, shouldn't we be locking down right now? Shouldn't we be all doing all the same? Well, based on their logic, to their mind, yes, because it's not about whether it's dangerous now. It could be. There could be a new variant. We have to get ahead of it. All the same BS we were I mean, again, this was halfway through the garbage. The beginning, they were going, this is going to kill everybody. And then clearly it started to be proven that it wasn't. And they go, well, it could be. Got to make sure grandma's safe. Except it wasn't hurting anybody other than the people who took the shots. Being obviously not anybody, but the point is there were things out there. Bottom line is that this, based on what they said before, should be the same way, right? Shouldn't we take in the same actions because it's the same It just shows you that it's all about narrative. Even the people that really believe this are just following along with what the CDC says today without acknowledging that this is contradictory. Children following along, like the teacher, follow me. It's so sad to see how many Americans or people in the world have been just lobotomized by the two-party paradigm, by the idea that you're supposed to be like that we talked about recently, the idea that following, taking orders, doing quote what's right is somehow the virtuous thing to do. Oh, actually, that came from my interview with Larkin Rose, which I'll be putting out in the coming days. I just wanted to make sure it came out of the day it wouldn't get overshadowed by what's going on in Lebanon and everything else, because what we talk about is important that it pertains to the voting conversation elections. That will be coming out soon. But just, recognize that you're lying. They're being lied to with everything they do all the time. These people don't care about you. They're always trying to manipulate you. And I'm talking about people in power. It's just simply the way the world works. You don't have to be sad about that. You don't have to change. Just be objective. When somebody tells you something, go, maybe they're lying. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're wrong. Maybe they're confused. Or maybe they're right. Those things all exist in every possible choice, including from Trump, from RFK, from Biden or Kamala. They're not always lying because they're on the left, or they're not always right because they're on the right. It's always back and forth. Most of them are lying to you all the time. And until we get to that point, this will never change. Now, let's talk about the two-party illusion. And, it kind of stems from the same conversation, but the idea of how clear there is just so many contradictions right now. And I think what that shows me more than ever is that this thing is breaking down. People are seeing it. Catherine and I had a great conversation on the 8th of September entitled See Beyond the Duopoly and Take Responsibility for Your Future. Don't think one of these absolute bought off, whatever you want to call these stooges. Don't let them convince you that by picking one of them, you're somehow going to change the dynamic. They're the same thing. I'll include this other conversation. Bipartisan digital ID and the partisan managers circle the wagons as the two-party illusion begins to break down. I was sensing it then. But so let's get into these different contradictions. Now, this isn't all pertaining to one specific topic, but I want you to think about these different things. And it's not just Trump, or it's all of them. But I think right now, as I was saying before, it's more concerning to me that I see more people believing that the Trump, Vance, Peter Thiel, RFK dynamic is somehow going to save us all from what they are actively building. They are, all of them. And I think it's important to make sure, because honestly, on top of that, I see the conservative at base to be the most logical choice to resist all of this from the constitutional mindset, from the gun owner, and whatever we want to talk about. That's why they're seen as the biggest threat, which I think they're being focused on yet again, like they were during COVID-19. Whatever reason you want to add up to, the point is that we need to recognize that these are contradictions. And if you can't acknowledge that, if you don't want to see it because she's worse, then just acknowledge that you've given up. That you just don't care about the facts because you've been tricked into a lesser of evil's ploy. Michael Tracy points out, what the hell is this? We played this clip recently. This is Trump saying that if he is president, he would, if Iran does X, Y, and Z, we'll blow the entire country to smithereens, which is one of the things that he said explicitly. He says, Trump says if he were president, if he were threatened, he would blow Iran's largest cities and destroy the country itself, which is explicitly what he says. There is no more overused adjective to describe Trump's rhetoric than unhinged, but this is genuinely unhinged. Now, whatever you think about that, whether you think that's the case or not, the point is that he's talking about Iran going after him, going after the country, which, by the way, is ridiculous in regard to what's going on. If you have any interest in due diligence or just, the point is this is a narrative, whether you're left or right, that has always been coming from the deep state or whatever you want to call it. The thing that Trump's supposed to be fighting. And as Michael says, suddenly it seems Trump and his sycophants take deep state rumors at face value. at least when they can be used to whip up a war frenzy against one of the designated enemy states. But please tell me more about how Trump GOP have a principled opposition to the deep state. Now, of course, they won't want to hear that. The reality, though, is that the idea of Iran and what they're doing, that's explicitly what this comes from. Whatever you want to call it, the shadow government, the deep state, the unelected power structure, which has always been aimed in this direction for Israel. Whether it's the left or the right, who's in the big White House. So it's funny to me, just like with the shooting discussion, where it seems that the Republicans are the ones that are using the official narrative because it works. And all you need to see there, if you're objective enough to realize they're all lost in the paradigm and it's all the same thing, that they are all, there's not one side or the other that's any different. They're all doing the same thing. They're all acting for the interest of the government. Because the idea that Iran is going after him is, at the very least, has no evidence behind it other than the same old government apparatus that lied about it during Obama or Bush, or the same damn thing, telling you the same lies with nothing to back it up. This point I thought was actually pretty hilarious. So as we're talking about Israel, or the idea that Trump and the rest, or whatever, are fighting communism, fighting the evils of socialism, or whatever you want to frame it as, and Israel's the part of that, or despite the fact that Israel's literally representing globalism more than anybody, it seems, despite the fact that nobody wants to acknowledge that, who are talking about globalism, but not Israel. There's a very clear category there that I know you know who I'm talking about. The point is that in this case, Israel apparently went on rounds to China, like they did everywhere, by the way, over the years, to try to get everybody on their side. And guess what they were trying to sell the Chinese people on? Look at what we're doing over here in these kibbutz. It's communism. Don't you like it? So get this. So as we're pretending that you're fighting communism, and your chief ally is Israel, who was trying to convince China that what they were doing was communism. Now, it doesn't even mean that that's the case, because in this point, the person discussing this is going to say they weren't. They were just trying to claim that to get us on their side. It was actually more like the Roman time frame, where there were people at the top and then they had their slaves to do all the work. Yeah, like an apartheid state, right? But what's funny to me is that the right, or anybody else that wants to see it the way they want to see it, won't care about that. The reality is, Kamala or the rest, they're all the same thing. She's not a socialist or communist. There's obviously tendencies there, or that, just like Trump's not a fascist. But that's the game. And apparently you're only an adult if you play into the paradigms that you're handed from the deep state. But the funny thing is, I'll just read it. This is brilliant. Chinese star Zhao Song was brought on a propaganda trip to Israel, where on a visit to a kibbutz, they tried to convince him that this was a perfect example of communism. And then he started asking questions, leading him to conclude that it was nothing like communism, but more akin to the system of an ancient Rome, where you had a small number of citizens who could vote with a lot of slaves around them. Guys, that's exactly what Israel's doing. And you can watch the clip. It's about 5 minutes long, but I just think it's hilarious to me. And this is something that Israel went on the rounds doing this. And arguably trying to convince people that they are exactly what their other allies don't. I mean, you get the point. It's kind of hilarious to me how people will box out what they want. At the very least, realize that Israel is using everybody. Now, on that note, here's an example of that. Now, Visregard 24 has been caught, endless amount of times, just post October 7th, just egregiously lying to everybody. They are not a news organization. They are a straight up Israeli propaganda platform. And they've been caught lying about food, the destruction of bakeries, the starvation of children. Just on and on and on and on. Blatantly posting things. How about even during the Venezuela conversation? They shared something about lies about the voting conversation, and it turned out to be something even Twitter fact checked it, but a little box down below and said, nope, those are actually, what was it? Some other kind of device. It had nothing to do with the voting process, and it was an older video. They shared it. Elon Musk shared it. You'd think you would learn from something like that because everybody called it out, and you'd go, okay, mental note, Visregard 24 at least doesn't do the due diligence. But then he went on to share it all the time, ever since, which to me shows you that it's not really about being honest. It's about what suits the narrative, or possibly what Israel tells him to do. You can decide for yourself. I simply said, and all they're talking about here is attacking the mainstream media because they simply had a not terrorist view of Nasrallah. Oh my God, because he wasn't. Regardless of what you think, they all have their problems. Again, government to me, including that, because he's simply another part of a government, and to me, are the problem. They represent the problem in a larger sense. But if you want to say he's a terrorist, well, you damn well better call Netanyahu and Biden and Trump terrorists, because they're responsible for a hell of a lot more death. But you probably don't think that if you're blindly following along with the deep state news, which is left and right paradigm, Fox News, CNN, whatever else. But I said that you still share from this account that has already fooled you, and I should have put that in quotes. He wasn't fooled, in my opinion. that's already fooled you twice into sharing outright lies with its blatant Israeli propaganda. And for those reading, I mean the literal propaganda operation. This is not a news platform. Says a lot about you. Are you a willing participant? Is there somebody else in the room with you right now? Like, I think that's where we're talking. Either way, keep sharing it. Who cares? I think there's an interest there. Here's another example, and this point comes back to something that this is more so the next point we're going to get into, is where I keep bumping up against this prop. Like, it's interesting to me. Better word for it, I'm sure, but it's interesting to me how you will talk about something and be very explicit about it, making a very, very clear point. But then and I get it, how it's easy to go like, oh, maybe that guy's got an ulterior motive, or because a lot of times, most cases on this horrible platform, they do. But nonetheless, it's very clear. And people jump in and respond as if they're responding to what they assume you were trying to do, which, by the way, is just ridiculous. But this is what we see constantly, and that's the left and the right of the paradigm, because that's pretty much breeding assumers, a la Twitter files and everything else. But Elon Musk is so crazy. Elon's bot, anyway, as we keep seeing. Excellent. Yes, exactly. All these ends 1 second apart. But America First Legal simply says, breaking, Biden-Harris DOJ sues to keep illegals on voter rolls. Now, you could argue that's exactly what they are doing, what they think they're doing, but it's what's I think is funny about this. Well, actually, we'll start with that one. I guess it's the same difference, but this says, yesterday, the Biden-Harris DOJ sued the state of Alabama for fighting to remove potential non-citizens and illegal aliens from their voter roll ahead of the 2024 election. Now, like always, that may be exactly what's happening, and maybe what the DOJ is saying is a lie. Why would I not consider that's exactly on DOJ or any government, left or right? Of course we don't follow. But you see, people that follow the show know that. People that only see the one things they want, they tend to frame it as pro-left or pro-right because that's the only way the world makes sense. But here's what's interesting. What they're claiming in this exact post that they don't want to link to, and I think that's why, there's a very different explanation. Now, my only point, as I said, I'm not saying that I take at face value what the DOJ is arguing, but nor do I take at face value what any of you are saying. So that being said, shouldn't you include what they're actually arguing? Or would that be too accurately informing your followers? So let's look at what it actually says. So here, remember, they're saying that this is them they're suing Alabama for trying to stop illegal voters. That's what they're claiming. Now, this is the part that matters. It says August 13th, and this is the same document here. It says the Secretary of State announced the launch of a, quote, process to remove non-citizens from Alabama. So to be clear, that seems, at least that's how they're framing it from Alabama. And maybe that is actually what's happening. Maybe the lie is right here what the DOJ says, but don't you think it matters to show that this is my point about lying for your truth? It matters to be able to point out that this is what they're arguing. This was, it says, 84 days before the November 5th selection, the Justice Department's review found that both native-born and naturalized U.S. citizens, so not illegal, have received letters stating that their voter record has been made inactive and that they have been placed on a path for removal from their statewide voter registration. So if that's even remotely true, that means that through this process, they either accidentally gave this to people that were voters, or maybe in their interest to stop the illegal voters, went a little too far and started giving it to other Democrats. You know exactly as I do that that's something that all of them are capable of. All of the paradigm are just as childish and ridiculous. So all I'm saying as an objective observer that's not taking sides on your game, your childish two-party game, I'm simply pointing out that shouldn't we include that that's not what they're saying, that they are arguing that you also boxed out actual voters? And if that's the case, that that's crazy and important? Of course they don't think that. But it says, the letter directs recipients who are in fact U.S. citizens and eligible to vote to complete and submit the attached state of Alabama voter registration form, which, by the way, if you're a voter and a U.S. citizen, that you should not have to go through that process. I mean, just objective. As I know what this audience is, wouldn't you agree that that seems to be relevant to the conversation? And I'm willing to argue that this will come out, and I'm willing to bet, if I'm reading this correctly, that evidence will show that there are actual voters that are there. Well, here's another angle to put on it, too. It's very possible, and this is an interesting overlap, that the U.S. government, let's just say the Kamala Biden administration, decided to wave their magic wand and say, you're just citizens now because we want that, which, by the way, I wouldn't agree with because that seems pretty arbitrary. But wouldn't that then technically make them legal? Yeah, it would, but I would still push back too. I would say you can't just do that and claim that because that invalidates the whole process. But then it becomes an interesting point of what becomes legal. Like from my perspective, left or right, the government stating things does not make it law if it's unconstitutional, whether they vote on it or not. So you get the point. For the end of the day, this is to simply go back to what they're saying and make it about how they are suing to keep illegals on the rolls is not very accurate at all. And then when you only point it like this and make it seem like they're removing, you get my point. So the idea that the response is yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. Anyone who spent any time on the subject of ballot fraud knows the number one unconstitutional illegal ballots are injected into the system. The number one way that they're injected into the system is via bloated voter rolls. And Biden administration knows this, which is why they're fighting it. Okay. Maybe you're probably right. And I simply added for conversation. I agree. And I would argue that under the illusion your vote translates, I would agree, but I don't think it does. So you get that distinction. But I said, so now that we can move past incorrect assumptions and realize that I'm not coming from a defending the left perspective, despite me already saying that, can you acknowledge that this is important to include all the info so readers can come to their own conclusions? And surprise, surprise, she didn't respond. Because of course not, if it hurts Trump or whatever. You see, if it hurts Kamala. I said, I guess not. Some of us care more about the truth than partisan supporting narratives. I'd like to believe anybody objective would agree with this. And of course, instead, most people try to frame it as me defending them keeping illegals on the ballot, even though I made entire shows about how we should not allow that and how they're using this to trick you into digital IDs. And yes, people who are citizens should be able to vote, and those that aren't legally shouldn't, based on the basic law. Yep, those are just static realities. And also, we should include what they say too, even if they're lying, because that's objective. It's infuriating and exhausting that we even have to go through that. But I do think it's important. At the same point, I just responded to Elon saying the same thing. I said, what's crazy is how you all lie, every part of the two-party illusion. And the most common is lie by omission. I think that's exactly what that is. And then end the segment around voting. I thought this was interesting. Ian Smith says, so are we voting on machines hooked up to the internet? Are we still voting on machines hooked up to the internet? Which, of course, if your vote actually translated and that's actually what was going on, like the point would be, yeah, of course that matters. Because think about how crazy it is that we can have entire videos or documentaries of how easy it is to hack these machines, or how Clint Curtis, going back to decades or more, can say, I was paid to manipulate these machines. And we all know that. Or in that case, the Diebold machines were what he was telling you were manipulated, and they all heard the testimony and then literally used those same machines in that very state. Because that makes sense, right? But to me, that seems cartoonishly stupid. And both sides allow it. So how does that make sense? Well, this is the point I'm making, because Andrea Lynn chimes in and says, so are we still thinking voting, in quotes, is actually legit? And there's the exact point. I think what this comes down to, guys, is how they keep you divided amongst the illusion, right? At the end of the day, if they keep, as we've said many times over the years, that they keep you asking the wrong questions, they don't care what answers you find, right? And if we're arguing with each other over something irrelevant, right? So if hypothetically the vote doesn't translate and they want you to think it does, and instead of every day finding more evidence to point to the fact that they don't allow your vote to translate, they keep you arguing about the voting machine problem that is so ridiculous and obvious, has been there for 20 years. So we don't recognize the bigger point. But we sure hate those Democrats that don't realize. We sure hate the Republicans that want to do. That's how that works, guys. I mean, I'm convinced of that. And that happens in every single conversation we're having. And this person says they probably still leave cookies for Santa Claus. Important. Now, the last segment on this, which I think is, it just seemed to just people lost their minds around this point. And I think this is actually pretty interesting. Now, let me be very clear about this, guys. At the end of the day, all I'm trying to do is the same thing I was just doing right there. I'm trying to highlight what I see as a contradiction. Now, people can argue that I favor one side or the other, but anybody who's ever listened to this show or knows my opinion knows that's not true. I think, again, for the millionth time, I think they are both equally ridiculous and both equally dishonest. So when I see a contradiction, I think it's important to point it out. So I said, can you imagine the Republican reaction to this if it were Obama, Kamala, or Biden wearing this? And you've all seen this. Maybe you forgot about the back of it, though. And I said, but of course, since it's Elon, insert hypocritical excuse here, which is just perfect for the way this turned out. Hashtag two-party illusion. Now, this was Vision for the Blind saying the back of Elon Musk's Baphomet suit. Now, again, remember, this is some suit, I think, from the Diablo game, and it was for Halloween. So, for the first point, before everyone assumes, which they do in the chat, there's no reason, I mean, in no way am I saying it's wrong or illegal or he's not allowed to do that. I don't know where that would even come from because I very clearly stated what I thought. But what I thought was interesting is you all well know, anybody objective will go, yes, absolutely, whether it's left or right. If this was Obama wearing that and was a publicly stated Halloween costume and he loved Diablo, the game, you know damn well they would still freak out about it and say, oh my God, he's got a devil Baphomet on the front. It's like a goat head, and he's got an upside down cross on the back. And yes, I know that history around St. Peter. That's not the point I'm making, right? Despite the fact that historically going forward, it's clearly been identified or overlapped, whether it's accurate or not, with the idea of some kind of a devil worship concept or this, whatever. Regardless of that, it doesn't matter because that's not my point. I'm not saying that he's the devil, or I'm not saying he's not Christian. It's just funny, all of the reflexive responses, which literally fit into insert hypocritical excuse here. The point is simply that if it was Obama or Biden or whatever else, they would lose their minds about it. And maybe both of us, but all sides should be concerned about that weirdness of wearing that, but it's not the point. It's about the fact that if you can apply that logic one way, obviously it should go to both. And the other point would be that he's not a politician. Well, yeah, he really is if we understand what that means today, especially now that he's a part of Trump's cabinet. So yeah, very much so. And he's very clearly a political figure. You know that by for 1,000 different things. So this person also pointed out that the suit, mind you, is the one he's wearing in his profile pic to this very moment, by the way, which I think is interesting. I forgot to grab that. We'll just look real quick. So it's the image of him wearing that suit is in his profile, which I find interesting. Now, Mark Palaciano, not familiar with his work, but he says, I made excuses for these images in 2022 and 2023. And here's the full images. So you got the upside down cross in the back. You've got the Baphomet thing in the front. And yeah, Halloween costume. Again, I'm not saying it's like, oh my God, he's a devil or whatever. That's not even the point. Just don't forget, or on top of that, here he is, Elon, palling around with Klaus Schwab, but just other technocrats and global leaders at the Atlantic Council discussion, by the Global Citizen Awards or whatever. What I think is funny about that is that obviously it's interesting how many examples we have that this person is so obviously part of the same machine that mostly people on the right claim they're fighting. And I think that stands out. Now, here's another example of contradictions. Remember, this is what we're talking about. So the idea that people would be unwilling to acknowledge that would be something that they would be concerned about. If it was anybody on the left, they would say, oh my God, satanic pedophile, whatever they would talk about. So Elon Musk points this out on September 26th. He says, once you understand the Kardashev scale, Kardashev, however you pronounce that, it becomes utterly obvious that essentially all energy generation will be solar. Okay, whatever you think about that. And again, I'm not saying wrong, good, bad, up, down. I'm just pointing out that stating that we would be going in the direction of solar energy seems to be pretty diametrically opposite of what most Republicans are saying right now. Again, not about my opinion about it at all. It says also, just to do the math on solar on the earth, you soon figure out that a relatively small corner of Texas, New Mexico can easily do it. Okay. This person says, but I don't want this. And here's Camus. Talked about many times. Not that there's not some use for this, but the insustainability, the reality of how this doesn't make any sense with the way with the production level. I mean, 1,000 things we talked about in the past. The actual byproducts of doing this, or the windmills, or whatever else. But it's funny to me that, as you well know, and this is the only point I'm making, that if this was Biden that came out and said solar energy will be the future, you damn well know what most responses from Republicans would be. But now that Elon says it, oh my God, oh, maybe so. And if he does it, well, we'll support Elon's solar energy. I just think that has to be pointed out as absurd as it actually is and childish. Here's another one. It's part of the same conversation. So in response to that same point, Naomi says, regardless of whether or not CO2 drives global warming, and she says it does not, which I agree with, solar may well be the best truly sustainable source of energy in the future. Here's what Elon says. CO2 does increase temperatures. This is empirically true, meaning you can run small-scale experiments. Whoa, okay, hold on now. Is he leaning into the climate change dynamic? Now, whether or not he says that what they want is what I want, the idea that you're rationalizing that CO2 is part of the global warming dynamic, that's what he just said. Doesn't that concern Republicans who have highlighted that exact point as one of the central problems for the Agenda 2030 and UN? Well, it damn well should. If you're going to be consistent with your logic, I think that's important, but I think we all know what's going to come of that. Lastly, I found this to be pretty interesting. This is from September 25th, and it says, this will be one for the history books. We Robot, 1010, Los Angeles, which, takes the framing from I, Robot, the movie, but guess what it's really about? Tesla confirms We Robot taxi event, which, maybe you don't care about. I mean, to me, I see the whole driving. I mean, all of it connects with the same conversation of the technocratic rise of smart cities, of 15-minute city. This is a central part of that. Of course, because Elon did it, we'll pretend like that's not part of it just because. And that's my point. That has to be called out. If you're a conservative out there and you recognize that, don't stand by and let it happen. Call them out and say your logic is inconsistent. And then I'll include this thread, which goes over a ton of different points. Morpheus Codex pointed out, not familiar with the work. Just, all of these are pretty valid points. Just, they're all mostly mainstream articles. And like this point of the exact checkpoints of all the global World Economic Forum, kind of global, Great Reset discussion, how he checks every box. He's tweeted about everything that they want to accomplish, whether it's carbon tax or the COVID-19, the vaccination, all of it, or the Tesla or the micro mRNA factories. I mean, it's ridiculous how many overlaps there are. But he goes on to point out a hell of a lot of things that if any other person you would see them criticize. And then Sal just always coming with the pressing point as he puts out this meme that says, there is no red, there is no blue, there is the state, and there is you, with a picture of Kamala and Trump, red and white, it's just, exactly. There's only the government manipulating your life. Everything else is narrative to convince you that something else is happening. Now, lastly, to bring this to the other thread, off the same post about him wearing that armor, weirdly, this person jumps in and says, so, TLAV, you're opposed to the free spirit individualism that our Constitution guarantees? See my point? It's like, and if you really want to have an entertaining moment, read through the comments. It's just, I responded to most of them. I just am blown away by how almost one person I even responded going like, whether you're bots or not, maybe you should reflect on whether this platform is turning you into one, because you all have said the exact same response that doesn't seem to even relate to what I'm saying. But anyway, so she's asking if I'm somehow opposed to free spirit, which I don't know why you would ask that, because she's assuming I'm going bad. Elon bad and armor bad and he's not a Christian. Nope, not even remotely. Simply pointing out that it would be hypocritical you get it. But I said, nope. Any more absurd self-serving assumptions for us? So you're really saying is, then she brings it to the point that it carries over to the next conversation. So this was where it was really coming from, you see. And then it should make you think about the people defending Elon Musk. She says, are you anti-Jewish and pro-Islamic radicalism for a reason? Whoa, where'd that come from? And she says, if so, can you state your rationale? So you screech out an assumption and expect me to tap dance. Like, it's so funny to me. And I said, oh, so you weren't done with the absurd self-serving assumptions. I stand with Jews, Muslims, and Christians alike, calling out your Zionist genocide. You can screech all you want about racism because we all now see that Zionism is racism and that Zionism is not Judaism. And I include the clips coming from a Holocaust survivor discussing how he is siding with the Palestinians, or Jewish members of Congress telling you they see the genocide, or Jews in general siding with the people protesting at the colleges, or the Jewish doctor, which I'll play for in a minute, discussing how he's seeing kids get shredded and murdered and shot in the head twice. Of course, he responds by saying, so there's nothing called Islamic genocide? What? Like, it's embarrassing that this is the best they can do. Whoever is doing this, who said anything like that? And she said, does it exist in your ideological framework? Of course, you already know that Zionist genocide does not exist unless you contort and distort statistics and definitions. Despite the Jewish academics openly saying that does exist, or the many human rights groups, or, it's pathetic. I said, do you only assume? What an intellectual infant. Go gaslight for genocide where people are not laughing at your blatant lies and flimsy sidesteps, so nowhere. I'll leave you with 3 Jews who disagree with you. And I said, are you calling this Holocaust survivor a liar? And big surprise, of course, she didn't respond to that because there's no way for her to really come out of that. There's somebody else responding, right? She's not going to step in and go, yes, he's lying, because that's a huge point of contention for people who Zionists want to pretend that they're fighting for Jewish people. But this is where we are. So bringing this into the conversation about Lebanon and foreign policy. Let's start with a couple of other points around funding that's actually happening simultaneously. Here's genocide supporter Secretary Blinken Today, and this is on the 26th, I am directing the drawdown of 5.5 billion in remaining authority and support for Ukraine's defense. The United States and more than 50 nations stand united with Ukraine, and this support will ensure continued robust support. Okay, so you're openly supporting a neo-Nazi government that is being funded by the other right-wing government in Israel that's absolutely doing the same things, because that does make sense when you understand what Zionism really is. But this, because it's openly funded by Israel, the Azov movement, which is a very obvious neo-Nazi element. And they're supporting them too, because this has been a long time agenda. The point, though, is that they're spending billions of your tax dollars to fund the most obvious representation of what we pretend we're fighting in the world. Which, by the way, if you've been paying attention for any period of time, it's been that way for a very long time. Moderate rebels and whatever else. It just never stops, and we all see it. But because of the screaming partisanship that keeps you trapped in the status quo, it never stops going the same direction. On top of that, here's Matt Miller. Now, here's what I think is hilarious about this. Let's refresh just to make sure we have the most up-to-date numbers. Matt Miller has, at least we're told, I'm convinced that even the engagement on a lot of these Zionist posts are complete bot lie manipulations. Like, I guarantee it, with the comments underneath it. And I mean, it's just pathetic how obvious it is that the world sees what they're doing. And yet they still get, I think it's hilarious. But my point is this: he's got 626,000 followers, 15,000 views, only 60 likes. Here's what he says. In a meeting with Kenyan president, the group they're currently using to occupy Haiti, and, Kenyans are seemingly being used right now as their kind of military arm in this location. In a meeting with the president, that they are, a puppet president, I would argue, emphasized our shared democratic values. Really? Shared democratic values that you don't care about anywhere else in the world, that doesn't exist anywhere? And the importance of the U.S.-Kenya partnership, which is what it's really about, in addressing regional and global challenges like the occupation of Haiti. He thanked Kenya for the leadership of the multinational security support. My point simply, and he's talking about Haiti, is that, does anybody believe these morons? Does anybody give them any credence? Like, you have lost the plot. Everybody sees right through what you are, what you've been lying about, and even your own followers. You just don't even matter. Because you're a clown. You're a tap dancing clown out there screaming, Israel's doing nothing wrong, while we all see the bombing buildings behind you. It's sad. But I just want us to recognize that people see through it. You're not alone out there. And then, of course, Israel just got another $9 billion of your tax dollars in aid that they don't need, while they're half the time selling some of this to other countries to get money for themselves, which they've already reported in Israeli media. Another $9 billion? I mean, realize they got $4 billion a year before this, going back to Obama, and continued during Trump and everybody else. And then they are, what is it now? What, another $40+ billion on top of that? It's probably missing 2 aid packages for all I remember. Why? So they can keep committing genocide while they pretend they're calling for de-escalation. Yeah, because that doesn't make sense if you have a brain. Then, the Lemkin Institute, making sure you didn't forget. And remember, this is the Lemkin Institute for Genocide Prevention. Don't forget, right in the beginning of their genocide, they even pointed to Lemkin in the past, using that person to pretend that they were doing something right. And that's right when the Lemkin Institute came out and said, nope, you're a genocide. And they stopped doing that because now they got caught. It's like everything else. But the Lemkin Institute wants you to know, excuse me, as of September 27th, the Lemkin Institute reminds the world that the Israeli Prime Minister, Netanyahu, is a genocider or genocidaire. That's pretty powerful from the Lemkin Institute for Genocide Prevention. Israel is a genocidal state supported by a genocidal society. Wow. Hit right on the nose. This means that the genocidal killing of a Palestinian and how Lebanese people will continue to spread. It will not stop on its own. Anybody honest is telling you this right now. If this doesn't stop, it's going to spread everywhere, which is, by the way, as always, the projection of what they wanted you to think the other guy was doing, because that's what they're going to do. It's what they're doing. What do they keep saying? If they don't stop Russia, they're going to go around the world. There's no evidence to suggest that, not even remotely. Or Hamas somehow is going to take over the world, even though Israel funds them and they're trapped inside this area. But, it's listen to Israel, because if we don't do what they want, let them keep killing children, this group that they have created and funded is going to somehow take over the world, as they're literally doing that, as they are already occupying Syria and Lebanon and Palestine. And the U.S. government is occupying any number of other countries for Israel. And they're openly telling you their Greater Israel Project includes Jordan and Saudi Arabia. And it's obvious. It's right on the surface. It says the world has a responsibility to protect life, of course, including Arab life. You shouldn't even have to write that. Walking out of Netanyahu's speech at the UN is not enough. There must be action, because basically 90% of the room left when he got to speak, which I'm sure was embarrassing for him. Good. It says the U.S., the Biden is particularly to blame for this horrific state of affairs. Rather, POTUS being the position, whoever's in power, it must act immediately and effectively to stop Israel. Greg Stoker made a point that's pretty, it's powerful, because this is a veteran, right? He knows what he's talking about. And he says, to the young Americans who may soon die in another useless imperial war, which, by the way, if you speak to veterans, that's predominantly the opinion today, which says something. It says, a message sent to me from a Vietnam veteran. He says, Vietnam was the graveyard of my youth. I survived physically, but the moral injury defined the rest of my life. Please, if you're listening, don't let this happen to your family or your children or anybody you know. Vietnam was a fraudulent war, without meaning, without honor. We were suckers who sacrificed for nothing. I used to think I was a war criminal, but I've come to realize that the real criminals were the people who promoted the war and profited from it, and the people who acquiesced with whatever the politicians told them. Because realize the people that, even if you ended up in that war, most of these people went there with honorable intentions, believing they were fighting to save the world from terror, whatever it is. And it says this is still true with the current wars. The idea that he, right, what he's saying is has come to realize that it's the people that are blindly following politicians that are the problem. He says, all I can do is bear witness to the reality of war for newer generations. And then Greg ends with, the overwhelming majority of conscientious objector applications get approved. The point is, we're walking through it right now. We're sleepwalking through something that will be talked about for hundreds of years. And all of you that are part of it, it's the same thing we talk about every time, right? What would you have done? Well, you're doing it right now. Now, Asal Rod points out the Gaza overlap, which obviously shows this. I mean, this is why it's happening. Now, I guarantee it would have happened in some way or another, because this is what they want to accomplish, and the U.S. government is feckless. But realizing what has been allowed in Gaza has changed the world dynamic in this in many different ways. As she points out, look at this graph to see how Gaza has changed everything. Israel is emboldened to carry out indiscriminate slaughter in Lebanon with almost a year of live stream genocide, backed fully by the U.S. government with zero consequences. Look at this graph. Deadliest day in Lebanon in decades. The pace of Israeli strikes appeared to surpass that seen during the 2006 war, in which more than 1,000 people were killed in Lebanon over a month. Look at this breakdown. Look at the graph. For those in the podcast, I mean, this is 80% large. I mean, it's 8 times bigger. Daily deaths during the 2006 war, one day. 558 people killed in a single day in Lebanon. Almost entirely civilians. By some accounts, all. But as we always know, we should never take either side at face value in any moment like this. Anybody objective anyway. But we know, as all of the social media, the videos were taken, the human rights groups, the vast majority of the conversation, just like Gaza, they killed almost 600 people. Rania Kalek, who is Lebanese herself, who I've reached out to, but I'm sure she's got, a lot going on. Obviously, I'm sure just professionally and mentally, it's probably pretty difficult. But she says the world allowed Israel to mass slaughter in Gaza for almost a year. Israel learned it can get away with literally any atrocity against a territory that it occupies. Now it's testing out the Gaza method on Lebanon, an internationally recognized sovereign country. By standing by passively, the world is telling Israel that in Lebanon, they can do as they've done in Gaza. This won't stay isolated to the Middle East. Israel's methods will spread if Israel isn't stopped. And again, to pretend that's just the same as the other arguments, it's not. Israel has stated this. They have made it clear. Israel even just came with another graph at the UN showing their intentions to occupy more countries. The international community seems to be I mean, there are people in it that seem to speak a lot. I get to see any action outside of Yemen. Now, here is Mordecai Klumpus pointing out the reality that this did not start on October 7th, just like everything else. This is a video going back before Hezbollah was in existence, which is the main point to make. When Israel carried out the Sabra and Shatila massacre in Lebanon in 1982, which for the podcast, the video is playing below, showing just slaughtered people killed out in the open. Children crying in the streets. IDF members picking up bodies. It says there was no Hezbollah in 1982. Israel is not its goal. Hezbollah, Israel, it was when Israel carried out this massacre in Lebanon in 1982, there was no Hezbollah. Israel is not its goal. Hezbollah, Israel, its goal is to occupy Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, parts of Iraq. That's the Greater Israel Project and much more. The point is that if you're going to pretend that this was all because bad guy Hezbollah, then you're not paying attention, because they've made these arguments before, long before Hezbollah even existed. And this is part of occupation that the world tries to ignore. Now, Norman Finkelstein, by the way, was also out there. As the squirrel points out, he was in 1982 standing out with this sign that says, "This son of survivors of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, Auschwitz will not be silent. Israeli Nazis stop the Holocaust on Lebanon." Somebody who, I mean, very few have been as intellectually consistent as somebody like Norman Finkelstein. Of course, always gets misrepresented as pretending the Holocaust didn't exist, which is his argument is completely the opposite. But he says, when Israel invaded Lebanon and raped, massacred, and destroyed the country, giving rise to Hezbollah resistance movement against its genocidal depravities. Right, so the point is that what they did is why Hezbollah was created. So they massacred civilians. Hezbollah is created to stop what they're doing, and then they go on pretending Hezbollah is the reason they're doing that. And guess what? The Western world governments didn't care, because they never have. Now, Adam points out something interesting, even using ChatGPT, which I recommend you run screaming from personally, but he says, Israel is always the aggressor. And even ChatGPT says this. He asks short answers only. When did Israel first attack Lebanon? Israel first attacked Lebanon in 1978. Oh, you mean there was even more than 19? Yes, there was. During Operation Litani, long before Hezbollah. He says, when was Hezbollah founded? It says Hezbollah was founded in 1958. When did Israel first attack Palestine? It says Israel first attacked Palestine in 1948 during the Arab-Israeli War, following the establishment of the State of Israel. He says, when was Hamas founded? Hamas was founded in 1987. Now, yeah, I'm sure that they'll add narrative if they need to. Oh, well, there was this and there was that going on. The point is, right now, the clumsy narrative is that this started with them on October 7th, which is just sad that anybody pretends that's the case. The squirrel also points out, not to forget the point that I've been making for a very long time. Lebanon is occupied by Israel. Parts of it, anyway. He says, it has been entirely memory hold by the Western media class, but Israel is occupying parts of Lebanon illegally right now. So Hezbollah and Lebanon have both the moral and the legal right to attack Israel to regain its territory alongside helping stop the Gaza genocide. That is called the legal right to armed resistance, Fourth Geneva Convention under international law. Now, of course, as always, if they attack things that are not considered military targets, then that would be a crime. But as far as I can tell, and Robert's research and people that we hold in high regard of their opinions, and that comes from all different sides of the paradigm, including people that see it as a lie, or foreign resources, or people on the ground, all of which the point is, the evidence is undeniable that the vast majority, if not entirely, their firing has been on military targets. The only difference would be that you could argue the settlements would be a different discussion. Now, of course, we'll get into right now what's happening in regard to what seems to be bombing in Tel Aviv. But again, to draw the line, it's obvious that that would be under international law, if done in a vacuum, a crime. And even then, you could still argue that right now it would constitute a crime. But you have to argue that the understanding of the fact that Israel's been bombing right into Beirut this entire time. So what do you think Israel would do? Like, I think it's still good and like the right thing to do for us to objectively say both are crimes. Right? But the way we engage with that going forward is what the difference would be. But they have to be objective about it. But realize that the fact that they're being bombed and civilians are dying, why would they not respond? Isn't that exactly what Israel's been saying for a year? It is, but their logic only applies one way, right? The point, though, is that they are occupying parts of Lebanon. And so that gives them the legal right to respond. And they've been bombing these settlements along the occupied areas that are illegal territory. And Israel's given them official capacity. So again, the point is this is their human shield dynamic of everything that they are. They're people from other parts of the world come in and we'll give you these settlements where they're going to bomb you because they're on their land and they have a legal right to. And then we'll give you legal capacity and give you guns and we pretend like it's your fault. It's just pathetic how clear all this is. It says, in fact, every country on earth has to supply Hezbollah with advanced weaponry, rockets, tanks, jets, missiles, as to enable them to more effectively attack and invade Israel territory so they can regain their own illegally occupied lands. Now, you could argue that not everybody has a right to do. The point is that anybody doing so would be legally just in doing so. That's international law. He says that's the standard for Azov Nazis in Ukraine established by the West, who recently invaded and occupied Kirks and in Russia and have been bombing civilian targets in Russia, which we've talked about, and Donbass. So now they actually occupy. The bottom line, though, is the reason this all started was because of the Azov U.S.-Israeli entity that's been bombing in Donbass and killing people for a very long time. Either way, he says what's good for the Azov Nazi goose is good for the Hezbollah resistance gander. The bottom line is that if you're going to pretend that they're supposed to be armed to defend against Russia, well, there's no difference here intellectually. The point is that it's not about law, intellectually accurate. They're committing genocide in full view. They just want you to shut up and let them keep going. Now, Roz Rothstein, who is the daughter of Holocaust survivors, so on, says, well put to this graph that's completely wrong and says the definition of double standards. And it says 60,000 displaced Israelis for 11 months, who, by the way, are mostly living in really nice hotels where they're comfortably staying and also were on illegal territory. International community is silent. Why? Because they're illegal settlers. So the community knows that they're criminals, period. Then 70,000 displaced Lebanese for 4 days. International community condemns Israel, demands ceasefire. Yeah, because they're literally occupying the territory. They're bombing civilian areas, and their very entity is illegal in the first place. But here's what I said. The definition of ignorance. Only one of these countries is illegally occupying the land on which the displaced were living illegally, giving the country being occupied the legal right under international law to armed resistance, regardless of who fired first. Can you guess which? To, of course, no response from her because the facts don't matter to these Zionists. But here's Biden telling you that all that war is possible and making sure he notes that he's a Zionist too, while trying to act like he wants a two-state solution. The very same solution that we now have proven that going back as far back as you want to look, well before 76, but obviously after, Israel has been trying to sabotage that, including funding the very group that they use to justify their genocide on Gaza today in order to make sure that they were divided. And doing so all the way right up until October 7th, which has been even covered by Israeli media. And then going two-state solution that they have continued to say post-October 7th is never, ever, ever, ever going to happen. So Biden's going, we're fighting for the thing that they keep telling me is never happening. In the meantime, here's more weapons, keep bombing them. So he's either the stupidest person alive or he's complicit in the genocide, probably both. Here's what he says.
A war is possible, but I think there's also the opportunity, or still in play, to have a settlement that could fundamentally change the whole region. Mm-hmm. And I look, one of the things that I found is the Arab world very much wants to have a settlement. Mm-hmm. Because they know what it does for them. Mm-hmm. They're willing to make arrangements with Israel and alliances with Israel if Israel changes some policies. And I've known Bibi Netanyahu for a long, long time. And I'm a very strong supporter of Israel. I make no bones about it. Mm-hmm. I said years ago I was a Zionist. All a Zionist means is that there needs to be an Israel.
Mm-hmm. Nope. So he, again, either really, really, really stupid or lying to you, because that's ridiculous and not the truth, as anybody with education will tell you. And I'll actually end today with a clip from Gabor Mate, who is a Jew, and will openly tell you that's a lie. Or Ave Shalom, who I'll play before. But think about what he just said right there. Now, this, I argue, is their shifting narrative about trying to pressure they know they're screwed. I really believe that. They are trapped. They've cornered themselves. They painted themselves in this genocide corner. Now, part of it is I think they're compromised or influenced. But at the end of the day, even if you believe in all of this, you're losing this whole thing. People see what you are. So what he just said was that the Arab communities want the two-state solution, but Israel doesn't. Now, you're not supposed to say that out loud. Listen to him again.
the opportunity are still in play to have a settlement that could fundamentally change the whole region. And look, one of the things that I found is the Arab world very much wants to have a settlement because they know what it does for them. They're willing to make arrangements with Israel and alliances with Israel if Israel changes some policies. And
all right, so Israel has to change what it's doing, right? Obviously, because they're illegally occupying, right? It's the bottom line. So every time you hear the Israeli government say that they don't want a deal, they only want to kill us because we're Jews. Well, Biden just literally said that wasn't true. Now, that doesn't mean it's true because Biden said it, but realize how crazy that is, that even their closest, like one of the only people on the planet or governments that is actively supporting them, just basically said they're the problem. Why? Because they are the government.
I've known Bibi Netanyahu for a long, long time, and I'm a very strong supporter of Israel. I make no bones about it. I said years ago I was a Zionist. All a Zionist means is that there needs to be an Israel. And the fact is, though, that Bibi has a picture I signed for him when he was a young member of the embassy here in the United States, and it was 8x10 picture. He asked me to sign. I went, Bibi, I love you, but don't agree with the damn thing you say or do, Joe.
Yeah.
And I do, and it's right. I don't agree with his position.
How in the world do you make sense of that? What a stupid thing to say. Like, quite frankly, I think he's probably just making this up. And I think he just kind of stumbled himself. Like, I think this was something he's just trying to use to make a point and make himself look like he's sort of on our side. But I think he screwed himself right there, because think about what he just said. You said a picture going back to years ago when he was younger. And you're telling me that all that time ago, you didn't agree with anything he was doing, but I love you? And clearly his point right now is about how today he doesn't. So you've never agreed with this genocidal monster, but somehow have always allowed him to be in power, always supported his genocides and his war crimes. Yeah, that's either compromised, blackmailed, or completely a part of it, which I think all three apply in many cases. But here, that's just crazy to me. This is the guy who's currently, and again, it would be anybody there right now based on who's currently in, Trump or anybody, is continuing to arm the genocide against everybody else in the world seeing what's happening.
Of the embassy here in the United States. And the fact is, though, that Bibi has a picture I signed for him when he was a young member of the embassy here in the United States. And it was 8x10 picture. He asked me to sign. I went, Bibi, I love you, but don't agree with the damn thing you say or do, Joe.
Yeah.
And I do, and he's right. I don't agree with his position. There needs to be a two-state solution. Ultimately, it needs to happen. There's a way to do it, and they have.
And I agree, and so does the vast majority of the Palestinian people and the Palestinian resistance groups. It's true. It's easy to prove. The only person or entity that is holding that from happening is Israel. That's it. It's been that way for a very long time. Now it's just very clear. They're openly telling you that. We can't make a deal with the terrorists. Well, then what's the difference? You funded them since as far back as you want to look, really. Since they're like, the point I've always made about that is it seems, and again, this could even be wrong, but the evidence seems to suggest that there was a Hamas before their overlap with Israel funding. But the point is that what they are and how they were used was created by Israel through that process. And up until October 7th, they were being funded by Israel. And the stated reality from even Haaretz has made it clear that he said, we need to fund them to keep them divided. Very clear.
A possibility, I don't want to exaggerate it, but a possibility if we can deal with a ceasefire in Lebanon, that it can move into.
So now we've moved, we let Gaza keep killing them, we're done caring about that. Let's pretend to fight for a ceasefire in Lebanon for the next 12 months. Really? So we saw how that went, where they were clearly not caring about it. They failed to get a ceasefire. No, you didn't. You allowed Netanyahu to systematically stop that process, as Haaretz wrote. Exact title. And now we're going to pretend that we're fighting for a ceasefire in Lebanon, right? So we'll hopefully 12 months from now, we will see that not happen. I mean, I just can't believe anybody, let alone these 5 mindless followers at the table, anybody can't see how dumb that is.
Dealing with the West Bank. But we also have Gaza to deal with.
Yes.
And so.
Oh, yeah. Gaza. Yeah.
but it's possible, and I'm using every bit of energy I have with my team, and you know from the Defense Department, you know it well, to get this done.
It's so funny. Oh, yeah, the Defense Department. And we're so in the know. It's ridiculous.
There's a desire to see change, in the region.
Yeah, from everybody but you and the Israeli government. Like, it's just so infuriating that anybody anywhere gives these people any credence anymore. Kills me. But here's what he put out, right? So he says this about we want Tuesday's. Here's what he puts out, though. September 28th. Statement from President Joe Biden on the death of Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah. He says, Hassan Nasrallah and the terrorist organization he led, Hezbollah, you're already lying, were responsible for killing hundreds of Americans over a 4-decade reign of terror. Oh, is that what it was? A reign of terror? So how about we overlap that with everything Israel's done to Americans and how many Americans Israel's killed in the same time frame? Oh, don't do that, because then it will be so clear that Israel is far more a terrorist than what you claim this entity is. But they're our allies, so who cares, right? All of the sacrifice, all of the sabotage, all of the assassinations, all of the killings, all of the setups, 9/11. I mean, who cares though, right? Let's just pretend like a group that rose up in defense of an Israeli genocidal act is somehow the terrorist because fill in the blank, paid, blackmailed, a Zionist, who knows? It's infuriating. And he says his death from an Israeli airstrike is a measure of justice. You know, we'll forget about the fact that he leveled buildings to murder civilians to maybe kill him, because based on the way they talked about this, they were praising the attack before they ever said he was killed. To me, shows that they weren't sure. And then once whoa, we got him. Yeah, so I think they're just murdering civilians. And I think at the end of the day, they might have thought he was there, and they're willing to flatten buildings to do this. In a sovereign country, this is not Gaza. That's so incredibly over the line, more so than anything they've done before. Even that was already, they created a new line. At this point, how is this different than any other act of terror in the world, whatever the justification? You don't think other groups have justifications for attacking the U.S. or whatever else? Or, under the guise of the narrative that was what happened? It's crazy that anybody pretends like bombing all these buildings to go after this one entity in a sovereign country is in any way a justifiable act, especially somebody who was, 1, not acting in a military capacity, or 2, is not a terrorist, despite all of the narratives they spin. I mean, if you look at just Netanyahu or just Obama or Bush or Biden or Trump, for that matter, any president, their own track records have killed so many more people. They just call it freedom and democracy, and we all pretend that makes sense. The United States fully supports Israel's right to defend itself, he says, against Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis now, or any Iranian-supported terrorist group. Okay, so anybody that Iran is an ally with is somehow now a terrorist because you don't like what they're doing. Now, realize also that the Republicans are trying to frame the Biden administration and the Kamala dynamic as Israel won't exist if we're in power, except here they are going, do whatever you want. They have the right to do whatever they want. Defending yourselves is murdering an entire population again. Ultimately, Biden's aim is to de-escalate. The only way that would make sense is if they mean what Netanyahu said, which is we'll de-escalate through escalation. Not a joke. We will escalate in the interest of the escalation. I can't think of a word that encapsulates the stupidity of that. That does justice to it. Like, it's just so blatantly backward. And everybody seems to know this, and yet it still drifts forward. Here's what Kim Iverson said, rightly so. So here's Biden gushing over their ally. She says, in 1947, Israel tried to kill President Harry Truman by sending letter bombs to the White House. Just one of 1,000 different things you could look up, easy to prove, that shows that Israel is actually its own best. Like, what the best way to put it is, who needs enemies when you got friends like Israel? Sarah Abdallah, this is the French commander of the French maritime forces, on the corporate media saying the Israeli army was born out of terrorism. Israel did not exist. These individuals sought to liberate a land that did not belong to them, and thus their foundation was rooted in terrorism. You see how common this understanding is in the world? The only people blinded by this are the ones that are captured by Israeli influence, that are not in the interest of the country they're doing to, like, whether it's the UK, the United States. The world understands this. It's not about Jews. It's about Israeli Zionist manipulation. And really, as we just Zionist, we talked about as the Christian Zionists being more in the world today than Jewish Zionists. But the point is obvious. Now, what's interesting about that, though, don't forget what Wilkerson said, and this is now seemingly being backed up at least by the corporate media. This is from the 25th. It says the U.S. is not providing intelligence support, which frankly I just don't believe, but it's saying not providing intelligence support to Israel for Lebanon operations, the Pentagon says. But what's even the fact that it's put out, even if it's not real, even if they say it, the fact that it's stated shows you a schism like we see in Israel, where the military is sort of breaking off from the executive branch and going, we're not in a line right now. That's pretty wild. That is an early sign of a collapsing empire when the enforcement arm or the military, the police start to break off. That's crazy. Now, Vivid points out, Zionist Israeli propagandist, the Pentagon says that they won't support intelligence for their genocide in Lebanon. The backstabbing of Joe Biden and Kamala, its best allies. I'm disgusted. It's just so funny how the framing is like, you're literally murdering civilians in real time. And you're like, how dare they not just blindly support what we're doing? I'm surprised too, quite frankly, but to frame it like that is pretty funny to me. And then Tom Cotton, same thing, just to kind of show you exactly what Tom Cotton is. He says, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris continue to delay critical military equipment. Well, not only is it actually illegal internationally, but also American law to continue giving them arms. Why? Because of this conversation. It's not even just this article. We've been proving this from the moment this started. They know as a matter of fact now that they have been blocking aid. But by the way, we already did. There's the evidence. There's more evidence for that than damn near anything we're talking about in this conversation. But as we'll come to in a second, he's apparently even been written up for lying to Congress about Israel blocking aid. But guess what hasn't stopped? The arms going to Israel, even though that is actually currently against U.S. law. But you know what? They don't care about the law. Just like it was illegal to send arms to the Azov movement, and they did it anyway. They don't care, guys. They're a criminal organization. But the point here, how dare they not do the thing that's illegal and we all know it to support the genocide is what Tom Cotton is saying. And he says further delays will endanger Israeli lives. Yeah, well, what about the other civilians that are there? What about the hostages they're bombing in Gaza? He doesn't care about any of those lives. Interesting what direction he seems to care about. What about American lives, Tom? He says increase the likelihood that the conflict will escalate further. You mean aside from Israel openly escalating the conflict at every turn? And harm American national security? Oh, okay. Who cares about Americans? We want the national security dynamic, which is just an excuse to justify war and murder. Well, what I'd like about this, or I think it's right here. No. This person responds by saying, hey, when's the last time you posted about Arkansas? The place where you're supposed to represent. Does America or Arkansas benefit from escalating this war? No. Tom doesn't care about America or Arkansas. He cares about his Israeli, whatever you want to call it. I mean, you look at his conversations on his platforms. He doesn't seem to talk about anything right now other than Israel. As an American politician for Arkansas, if you're in Arkansas, maybe you should think about that. Lastly, Caitlin Johnstone says these two words contradict each other. This is CNN. Blinken issues forceful plea for diplomacy after Israel's strike on Beirut. Yeah, but you just gave them weapons, right? So please seek diplomacy in a country that you're illegally bombing and occupying? It's just painfully stupid. They think you're going to fall for this. The Biden administration, she writes, could end this in an instant, simply by demanding it. They are issuing a performative plea instead of making forceful demands because they fully support Israel's atrocities and want to see more of them. That's her opinion, but I would agree. Now, Kevork Almasian, very intelligent person, especially around Middle East foreign policy. Here's what he had to say about this. Now, we're coming into the current dynamic of what's going on in the last 48 hours in the assassination of Nasrallah. Now, this will have major consequences, and probably for the Western countries supporting Israel as well, sadly enough. And I hope I'm wrong about that. He says, in the past 48 hours, Lebanon has experienced a significant geopolitical event that may have far-reaching implications for the entire region. This moment is likely to be recorded as a decisive chapter in the region's history. And he goes on to explain why. Now, what I love about this response is it's not slanted towards one side or the other. He makes great points about how this may very well be a very damaging thing for Hezbollah. Despite, I would probably argue my opinion would be that he would side with Lebanon before Israel, but I'll let him speak to his opinions on his platform. But just based on his work, and I think that's the objective moral stance, quite frankly. But either way, the point is that he makes very objective points, which is why I so greatly respect his work. He says, firstly, the decision to assassinate Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, was made while Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was in the United States, which we'll go into, which is just such an insult meant to be, I argue. specifically during the United Nations General Assembly. Now, I argue the U.S. was aware of it. You can even see in the picture a U.S. military personnel right with him while he's making the call. Just complicity, obviously. But my point is about insulting to everybody who pretends that there's some kind of international law binding their choices or their guy, like to the UN itself. It says the location, and it was specifically at the General Assembly when this happened, the location and timing are symbolic for two reasons. It suggests that the decision was made with American consent, and it implies that the principles of international justice are represented by the UN, as represented by the UN, ostensibly, are subordinated to Israeli interests. This signals that we are living in an era where power overrides justice. Now, frankly, I think we've been there for a really long time, but it is very clear. Secondly, he says Nasrallah's assassination would represent a significant blow to Hezbollah. Even the group's most loyal supporters cannot ignore this reality. Now, one thought jumped into my head. Weirdly enough, right in the beginning, right after this happened, there was a lot of reports from news outlets and individuals on the ground who seemed to suggest they could confirm that he wasn't dead. So as usual, during a war, you know that stuff happens. It's propaganda for the interest of the agenda, for their side. So that happens. But that's why you question everybody all the time, especially during a war. Well, a thought occurred to me that we've seen this happen before, where you play the hubris of the side like this, where like with Venezuela, it happened to the United States government many times, where they let them think they were in control and they made them look really stupid by just shutting down what they were doing. In this case, it occurred to me that maybe he didn't get killed. And maybe that they let that go. Let's lean into that and let that be the case. Now, the evidence points to the fact that he was killed. Now, everyone seems to be saying that. Now, and that does seem to, I would agree with that objectively with the reality of the evidence. But just an entertaining thought. If that did happen, that might be important for how this played out. But it says Nasrallah was a charismatic leader, a skilled military commander, and a master strategist. Replacing him would not be easy, and he was a unique figure within Hezbollah. His leadership style and capabilities would be difficult, if not impossible, to replicate. Moreover, and by the way, just so it's clear, just like it was Soleimani, which, by the way, I think I can grab that if it pops up. No. Oh, well, I'll grab it later. I did an interview with James Corbett. I did a lot of early work on that pretty much before most people in the independent media around that discussion. And the point was that he was assassinated by Trump in an international airport under the guise of diplomacy. He was on a diplomatic mission. I mean, that's 5 different war crimes in one. Nobody cared because bad guy. But the point was he wasn't. No matter how you frame this, he was in fact an entity that was very, very, very much, he was a supported, loved entity by most of the world. And he was almost one of the sole responsible entities to actually fighting ISIS, even though the U.S. was supporting them and pretending that they were fighting them. And of course, during the dynamic of the invasion of Iraq and different discussions within that, they were defending the sovereignty of a country against American invasion. And that's the only thing they used to frame he killed Americans. Well, yes, the dynamic was you were the illegal invader and they were defending the sovereign country. How do you frame that as they're the terrorists is beyond me. But the point is that they killed him and they still pretend he was a bad guy. Objectively, that's not even the truth if you look at just about all the evidence we have. But as always, my point would be he's part of a government, and you can clearly show that there are always actions taken by these people that I would argue are a problem. I just have a fundamental point that I don't support governments, period. But either way, he was not the way they framed it. The same point applies here. It's just easy to make the bad guy, so we don't have to address the fact that you're just a criminal like everybody else. If you look at the discussions around the world, the other countries, both that are arguably on the U.S. side as well in some cases, he is not framed the way that they pretend he is. That's an Israeli narrative. But it goes on to say, moreover, this event occurred amid an ongoing existential struggle with Israel. Drawing historical parallels, it is akin to the hypothetical assassination of Joseph Stalin during World War II, or Ayyubi before the conquering of Jerusalem. Such a loss in the midst of a crucial conflict could be devastating for Hezbollah's popular base. Thirdly, Hezbollah's recent involvement in the conflict with Israel followed the events of October 7th, when Israel decided to ethnically cleanse Palestinians. When this policy failed, the Israeli government under Netanyahu shifted toward more aggressive actions, genocide. Given Hezbollah's religious and moral doctrine, which does exist and it's easy to prove, intervention became inevitable. The group views its role as a protector of the Palestinians, and its leadership sees participation as both a religious and a moral obligation. However, a key question arises. Did Hamas coordinate its October 7th actions with its ally? Available intelligence suggests that neither Hezbollah, Syria, nor Iran had any prior knowledge of this, which, by the way, seems to completely challenge the idea that it was some Iran-centric operation. Now, that could be a lie. It could be a cover-up. But again, if all you do is blindly follow the narrative from the deep state, maybe you should reflect on why that is. But it says this raises serious concerns, as one would expect coordination in such a significant conflict. Opening a new front against Israel without informing key regional allies could be seen as a strategic misstep. There is also speculation that Israel may have had prior knowledge of the October 7 attack. Given Israel's sophisticated intelligence capabilities, it is difficult to believe that the attack caught the country by surprise. Some argue that Netanyahu may have allowed the attack to unfold to justify the brutal crimes against the Palestinians. Looking ahead, if Hezbollah loses this conflict, it could have dire consequences for the region, with Damascus and Tehran possibly becoming the next targets. Now, right there, it's interesting because logistically, now look, I'm not a war expert by any account, but I do my research and I have a lot of people that I've talked to, people that just in doing this for a decade plus that I reach out to that I know understand the dynamics more than most people. And my point is that based on objective, not partisan, but objective perspectives of the dynamic, I don't see how it's possible that Israel could win this without the blatant and entire support from the United States. On the ground physical action. But even then, if that happens, it's a domino effect where you get possibly Russia, China, specifically Russia, Syria, maybe China for a larger point, and then same point. That you listen to these experts and they're going, look, there's no way, even with U.S. allies, that they could actually win right there. I know that brushes up against the American hubris we love to tell ourselves with the number one everything, but objectively that seems to be the case. Now, that doesn't mean like the use of nuclear weapons, understand, which is probably where that would go, both Israel and the United States, because they're belligerent. But overall, his point is that if it ultimately could mean the loss of the conflict, I just don't see how that would line up unless, as I just explained. But it says it could have dire consequences, of course. And obviously, Iran and Syria are on the chop. They're in the crosshairs right now. He says there are historical parallels here as well. Since 2011, Western and Israeli intelligence agencies, particularly the CIA and Mossad, sought to remove Assad from Syria and remove him from power because of his support for Hezbollah. Assad was viewed as an obstacle to their regional objectives, and they armed radical insurgents, otherwise known as terrorists, to topple his government. That's who they are. It wasn't because of freedom or saving the Syrian people. More than most countries, these people broadly support Assad. Of course, there's always factions that don't. And you should always wonder and question whether these are artificially seeded. But either way, in any country, you could find resistance, like in Iran. But most of even those people don't want the U.S. coming into their aid. They just want to deal with their own dynamic, but they do resist or have criticisms of the government, like anybody does. Look at the country in the United States. Half the country disagrees with the current administration. Does that mean we're illegitimate? Well, somebody might make that argument. But the point is that it's funny how we apply that logic only outward. But he goes on to say, the rise of ISIS in this context is seen as a product of American and Israeli efforts to destabilize their adversaries. It's exactly what it is. He says, when this plan failed, who cares if the arming and funding rabid terrorists around the world that ended up hurting other people too? Who cares? Because we don't care about other people. He says Israel then intervened directly to achieve its goals. He says, therefore, the region is either headed to a grand compromise or a big regional war with global ramifications. Only time will tell. I really hope that there are some adults in the room, anywhere in the U.S. government, where we actually realize that even if it may make you look sheepish, that you stop this. But of course, the absurd part is that he has to put this disclaimer because I believe he lives in Germany. He says, nothing in the above text indicates or should be seen to be encouraging support for any group designated as a terrorist organization by the German government. The fact that you even have to put that, free speech, we pretend, and then, if he doesn't put that, they're going to arrest him for a terrorist. Like, this is happening in this country too. Right? This is why a lot of people in our field don't state it as clearly as we do. I just think the truth is more important than what that might become. And sure, maybe there will be consequences, but I'm accepting the consequences for doing the right thing. Here's what Jonathan Cook added in his own perspective. In killing Nasrallah, Israel chose to open the gates of hell. He says, we'll all pay the price. He says, Hezbollah has confirmed that its longtime leader, Hassan Nasrallah, was among the hundreds of Lebanese killed in Israel's massive bombardment of a suburb in Beirut last night. Now, this was obviously posted on the 28th. He says, Israel's decision to assassinate Nasrallah using some of the enormous bunker-busting bombs the United States has been arming it with, is beyond foolhardy. It is outright deranged. Israel has removed and knows it has removed a moderating influence on Hezbollah, meaning that now they're going to respond in kind when they wouldn't have before this, is the argument. Israel's actions will achieve nothing apart from teaching his successor and leaders of other groups and countries labeled as terrorists by Western governments several lessons. Now, what's important to read right there, that they're not terrorists. That these are largely resistant groups, and the resistance groups fighting for their own self-determination, and actually, as most honest people in the world will show, following a far more moral path than anything Israel's doing, or the U.S. government. Not to say entirely, but objectively the case. And his point is that these groups, now that Nasrallah's gone, whoever's going to be taking that role is going to be seeing things a bit differently. And you could even argue that that was the plan, to drive them to become exactly what they wanted to point at to justify what they're doing. But that may blow up in their face. But he says that these groups around the world, or any others that see this is the lessons that Israel just taught them. One, that Israel and the West, standing squarely behind it, do not play by any known rules of engagement, and that their opponents must do likewise. That's terrifying, because that is exactly what they're doing and what they have always shown. The current restraint from Hezbollah that has been so baffling Western pundits will become a thing of the past. And again, his point is that even Western media has pointed out. I mean, we'll come to it in a minute. The idea that even BBC Verify was like 73% of all of the bombs between these two since October 7th has been from Israel. Funny how you just ignore that fact when you want to make it out to you being the victim. And not even getting into the fact that they're illegally occupied, which makes that a moot point anyway. But he goes on, the next point, that Israel is not interested in compromise, only escalation. And that is a fight to the death, not just against Israel, but against the West that sponsors Israel. Which, again, you might argue would drive them to take extreme action against the West, which would be Israel's fault. There is no such thing as escalation into de-escalation. Now, I mean, you could argue that through annihilation, you could end up having the war stop, but that's not the same thing. Now, it says that Israel's ideological extremism, its Jewish supremacy, and its endless craving for, Lebensraum, a territory that a state or nation believes is needed for its natural development. Oh, I guess that comes from a German thing, especially associated with Nazi Germany, must be met with even greater Shia-inspired extremism. Like that's the mindset they're building. Because remember, as I've said, I haven't gotten into this a lot in this recent discussions, but over the years, you could argue undeniably that what Israel has driven the Middle East discussion into and what the U.S. is a part of is a Shiite divide. Right? So the idea being that you have the Saudi Arabian extremist element that is the foundation for everything we're dealing with in extremism in the Middle East for the most part, and that they openly fund, and people just don't connect that. It's like not even connecting dots. It's like slapping you in the face. You just pretend it's not there. But that this is an ideological war that U.S. is fighting on behalf of Israel. Because you'll notice that they go after every single entity like this, and you see the ones that they're funding being the opposite side, and they're constantly driving these agendas. But his point is that the people on the Shia side of it will just decide that they have to act more extreme because they're going to do it to them either way. And then they go, see, that's what they've always been, even though you can prove that the current embodiment of terrorism was created by Zionism in the region decades ago. Now, it goes on to say, decades of Western terrorism in the Middle East unleashed a Shiite Sunni divide, is what I meant to say before. And that's why I overlap with Saudi Arabia. Sorry if it was confusing there. Decades of Western terrorism in the Middle East unleashed a Sunni nihilism embodied first in Al-Qaeda and then ISIS. All right, so this is the idea we're talking about. This is there, and we can prove that these groups are funded and helped and supported by Israel and the United States. And so that's why they're going after the other side of that coin. Now it says now the West, via Israel, is fomenting for a Shia resistance its own ISIS movement. The moderates in what the West dubs terrorist organizations have once again lost the argument. Why? Because the U.S. imperial project known as the West has once again demonstrated it will not compromise. It demands full spectrum global dominance, nothing less. Now, remember, this is the point about demonstrating the fact that Israel and the United States, despite claiming they're fighting extreme Muslim terrorism, are funding the worst radical elements of that very discussion. So the morons out there like Laura Loomer who are screaming about this are ignoring that fact. You can't pretend that the rising problem is this when you can see that Israel and the U.S. have been funding that very thing. Hamas or 1,000 other examples, moderate rebels. And then the reason they do that is because the more moderate elements of the thing that they want to pretend is only extreme aren't willing to just bow to the interest of Israel. So what do? They seek out the ones that have no moral standing and they go, here's $1 million, go bomb them. That's easy to prove. So what we're seeing is the example of that. The obvious reality is that they've demonstrated that they will always lean in with the radical, act like they're fighting it, and then blame you for that. So why wouldn't you just rise? Like, why wouldn't, I mean, at the very least, you understand why the logic would become rise to, or I guess, fall to their level. Israel may make very short tactical gains in killing Nasrallah, but we will all soon feel the whirlwind, he argues. When that whirlwind comes, the job of our politicians and media will be to ensure that we make no connection between this moment of savagery and insanity from us and the blowback. Just don't connect the dots. The role of Western establishments will be to cry victim, as always, and insist they hate us for our freedoms, for our civilizational superiority, because they are simply barbarians. Same old, same old. But what comes next, he writes, as with what came before, will be entirely predictable. Violence doesn't beget calm. As I've always said, violence begets violence. That's why I argue we should not be acting in it, regardless of the circumstance. And I'm not talking about the idea of self-defense. I'm talking about the idea of realizing that we need to choose a different path. He says, Israel knows that. Violence begets violence. That's my point. You don't escalate to de-escalate. It doesn't make sense. Our leaders know that, he says, but they open the gates of hell anyway. And then even also from the UK adds the disclaimer, I'm not supporting these terrorists. I mean, the world is in a dangerous direction because of the Israeli, United States, Western Europe, all of these people acting as the most radical elements of the world and pointing at everybody else. Now, hear me on this. That's not the other side is the good guys. It's just stating an obvious reality of who is the one actually driving the problem. I think governments will always end up in this position. That's why we as the populations need to be vigilant and make sure we don't let that happen. It's too late for this, but we can change it. I really believe that. Now, lastly on this point, next section, Robert points out, make no mistake, this is a U.S. war on Lebanon, as much as it is an Israeli war. Lebanese civilians are being massacred with U.S. weapons based on joint Israeli-U.S. intelligence with green lights from the United States. These civilian massacres are committed with American taxpayer dollars. Now, that's interesting because the point of the Pentagon claiming that they're not helping. Now, to be clear, this has been going on long before October 7th, and this statement was made well after they would already been going back and forth. So he could simply be talking about up until this point. But I'm willing to bet you as well that that's not going to change. Now, let's get into the flattening of these buildings and the assassination itself. Now, this is just outrageous. Again, it's the same point we make about all the rest of these. No matter what, even if everything they've said was true, which is not, this act was a crime. Like, remember right in the beginning when they started, killed a couple of civilians to go after Hamas, and we're going, that's a crime. Like, that's collective punishment. And even the international community was like, yep, there's no way around that. You did not, it continued to escalate. We all saw that pinnacle moment where he was on Wolf Blitzer's show and the guy said, yeah, we killed, and he said, you killed 400 civilians to kill that guy. And even Wolf Blitzer couldn't swallow that. Why? Because it doesn't make sense with what we pretend was always the reality. And now they've just broken even the illusion of rules of engagement or any kind of whatever you want to call it, the acceptable level of action within a war. And now they're doing it in Lebanon. Israel just brought down 6 entire buildings in Beirut, a densely populated civilian location, killing everyone inside, child, woman, and man. The death toll is said to be in the hundreds. This is the end of any notion of rules of engagement. It's an extreme step. And as we just outlined, likely for a very clear purpose. Now, Glenn Greenwald points out what this propagandist was saying. He says, this is the kind of, quote, reporting that caused this person to win some award by the White House press corps at their annual White House gala. uncritically repeating whatever Israel and the U.S. officials tell him to say. That's mainstream journalism for you, and mainstream alternative for the most part. That's because stenography services for the powerful is what corporate media values most. Right. I don't think it's usually a good sign to get an award from the executive branch when your job is to hold them accountable, right? But here's what he said. IDF spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, there is a list, liar. It was a, quote, precise strike on the Hezbollah headquarters, a precise strike that leveled 6 buildings full of civilians. I mean, these people are cartoons. And they don't even try to cobble something together anymore. They just lie, and the lie is usual. Precise strike, headquarters, human shields, every single time. That's what it says. In order to use them as human shields. And he quotes him, or same point, completely parroting what they told him to say. Great journalism, Barack. Now, Sal points out the same thing from Gaza. Barack Ravid, it's like, look, precise strike that took down 6 buildings. Well, we already know what Israel pretends is precise. This is a picture of Gaza. And as Sal the Agorist points out, well, this is not precision bombing. This is ethnic cleansing. Pretty simple. You don't precision strike every single building in the entirety of Gaza and pretend that's precise at all. Of course, once it's done, they go, well, all of them had rocket launchers. Sure thing. Sure. Interesting how we've never seen that. Like the comedian said, it's like you're fighting the X-Men. The titles just vanish once they're gone. It's ridiculous. Now, here's what Assault Rod pointed out about the Pentagon discussion. I mean, it's actually pretty incredible to me. So here we are where everyone in the world, this is posted on the 27th, right? So everybody already knows if this happened, it's being discussed. There's videos out there. Even Israel's already made points about this, as we just showed you. He's like, precise strike. We just did that. Okay. Public. Here is what the Pentagon said.
Called on both sides to not escalate the situation. Is this an escalation?
Yeah, again, that remains to be seen. We're still assessing. 6
apartment buildings in the suburbs of Beirut have been leveled. That's not, you have to assess whether that's an escalation?
You're telling me that. I do not know that to be true. So again, we are still assessing the situation. We are going to continue to have our calls with the Israelis to get more details. I appreciate the question. I hope you would also appreciate that this just happened a few hours ago. So yes, we are still doing an assessment.
Oh, good investigation, right? Okay, so let's get this logic straight, okay? So in any other context, right, as you well know, as we've been talking about every single time this happens, in any other context, the U.S. government will take whatever Israel says at face value, right? We've seen Matt Miller say this 1,000 times. Well, Israel said and Israel's investigating. Okay, good enough for you, Matt. Well, okay, so then now, but Israel openly commits a war crime, proudly acknowledges it online and says, we just did a precise strike on these buildings, and now you want to suddenly investigate. Not an Israeli investigation. We need to investigate, and it's probably going to take a year. I added that last part, but think about how stupid that is. So she's literally telling you that as this is happening, we are going to investigate, despite the fact that Israel claimed it. Not even just investigate, but we're going to tell you that we don't even know. We're not sure yet. I mean, it's striking. I don't even know how people can ever, even these fake journalists in there are like, really? Really? Like, that's 6 buildings. It's clear. They said it. That's why she knows it. And they know it too. This is desperate deflection of absolute complicity in genocide. Imagine how uncomfortable it must be for that person, assuming she's not a sociopath. I hope it's uncomfortable. I hope you stay up all night worrying about going to prison. Hopefully you do, if you're absolutely still in that position and lying about them murdering civilians on a daily basis. We are still in that. And they even like the smug response about, well, it just happened and we'll have to investigate. Next time something happens, when Israel does something and everybody knows, and then we're like, well, Israel's going to investigate. We'll raise the issue, right? Israel said, and we're going to let them recognize the difference. Now, Owen Jones, also on the 27th, so magically he's able to push this together as a journalist, but she couldn't figure it out. You're looking at a terrible crime, he says, and another pivotal moment in the fall of the West. He says, do you realize, do you really think we're going to get away with this? Here's the actual clip, just so you can see this. Now, it's being filmed from, I think, a TV screen. Yeah, but here's the actual clip. Real precise, right? Real precise. And there is no way in the world anyone with a brain could say that's not an escalation. It's a bigger strike than anyone else has done so far in a location that you just initiated a war with that you've been occupying for a long time. Well, we don't know yet. We'll have to do the mathematics on this to make sure it's actually an it's like how stupid can they be? Maybe that's a window. Is that a window? Yeah, maybe it is a window. Yeah, okay, never mind. I thought it was a TV at first. No, it looks like it's a balcony with an opening. Man, that's crazy. Imagine sitting there on your balcony and seeing that. Wow. Yep. Here is Daniel McAdams pointing out that what was used, it was the U.S. that bombed Beirut and killed all of these civilians. We paid for it. We built the bombs. We handed over the bombs and we provided the targets. When are Americans going to wake up and say enough to this monstrosity? Now, again, he's saying that in the case the government did this. You did not. But the point is that as Americans, they're using your tax dollars in fighting in your name in supporting this genocide. Every time. So you're going to tell me that it took 1 ton MK-84 bombs to kill one person? Or was that just to make sure you maximize the suffering, just like in Gaza? Ryan Rusbiani points out that Israel used GBU-39 bunker, he's claiming bunker buster bombs in Beirut. The point is simply to point out that they're using massive bombs to completely destroy entire city blocks, just like in Gaza, all of which comes directly from the U.S. government. The attack ignored the presence of civilians in the area with dozens of trapped under the rubble. The United States quickly moved to deny any connection to the attack and refuted Israeli reports claiming that they were informed of the attack in advance. Now here, Desert News points out an important point about Nasrallah, the person they claim to have killed in that attack. He says, flashback, Nasrallah says U.S.'s disregard for international law is why only military strength can protect vulnerable populations. Yeah, isn't that exactly what blanked on his name. What I was just referencing is exactly his point he was making, right? They drove them to this point. They're the ones continuing to cross every red line that's drawn, to break every rule of engagement, to whether it's, look, the only thing we can do is to fight back with the same. And that's, what's funny about it, as always, that's what Israel's projecting is what they're doing, even though you can prove that every single time they're the ones pushing the boundaries. But it says, it is the Americans, and this is what he said, this is what Nasrallah said in January 2024, it is the Americans who are preventing the end of the war in Gaza. It is the Americans who are using the veto in the Security Council. And Hezbollah had repeatedly said that if Israel simply stops what they're doing in Gaza, this would stop. Instead, they flattened 6 buildings with U.S. support because they don't care about stopping. They want it to keep going. So that's the point, is that he's standing up and telling the world, look, this is the Israeli government, the United States, disregard law everywhere they go. Gee, I wonder why they wanted him gone. And it says the entire world saw who continues to challenge the will of the international community. He's right. Everyone. Israel, he says, has made sure to trample every single international law in the past 2 months. Why do you think they wanted to kill him? Now, Salani Ahmad points out what Benjamin Netanyahu said. The state of Israel killed the master murderer Hassan Nasrallah yesterday. The master murderer. Like, I swear to God, these people are from kindergarten. Like you can't think of, like, it's the same thing they keep saying in the UN. The terms they use, like, it's, terror dungeons and things like that. It's like they try to make it childish and cartoonish instead of just saying the terrorist or the murderer, the master murderer. What does that even mean? That's such a stupid thing to say. And he goes on to say, we settled accounts with those responsible for the murder of countless Israelis and many citizens of other countries, including hundreds of Americans. Like, most of that is just nonsense. Just these people here and there and countries everywhere. Very, very Trump-esque broadening of the narrative, mission creep, if you will. Nasrallah was no longer a terrorist. He was the terrorist. He was the axis of the axis, the central engine of Iran's axis of evil. Yeah, that's all they have. They're just reverting back into the same old narrative, and that's exactly why Trump and the rest are beginning to shift you into that mindset. He says he and his people were the architects of the plan to destroy Israel. There's nothing to back that up at all, not even remotely, other than their narrative and what they say about everybody in regard to how they think about Jews or whatever they try to frame it as. Everything they say and do, exactly the opposite. Now, to be clear, yes, they do identify Israel as the problem in the area and argue it has no right to exist because you know what? That's international law. But especially post-October 7th, they repeatedly stated exactly what they wanted to see in the outcome, which is two-state solution, Israel stop bombing, and all they want to do is make them out to be exactly what they're constantly doing. It was not only activated by Iran, he says, but many times also activated Iran. Therefore, at the beginning of this week, I came to the conclusion that the powerful blows of the IDF landed on Hezbollah in the past few days. These blows will not be enough. His elimination is a necessary condition for achieving the goals we have set, even though it will have no such effect, in my opinion. It's only going to cause this to continue. It's going to cause them to act more, and then they can go to blame on, there, look at them, they're the attacker, even though they're simply responding to your increasing aggressions. And he says, here's what he was trying to achieve by this escalation. Returning the residents of the North safely to their homes, because that makes sense, right? Let's blow this into 1,000 times larger to bring them home. And by the way, still the illegal settlers we're talking about, which shouldn't be allowed to be there in the first place. He goes, and changing the balance of power in the region over the years. Because as long as Nasrallah lives, he would quickly restore the capabilities we took away from them, which I don't see any occasion they took any capabilities away at all. But I don't see how the idea of taking one person out of a structure is going to stop them from being able to resist. Now, to Kevork's point, he was a very intelligent leader in this context, and maybe that will hinder what they can do. Well, that's yet to be seen. But it says, that's why I gave the directive and Nasrallah is no longer with us. I simply still argue based on the idea that Hagari simply said, we precise strike, took out these buildings. If they thought they killed him with the strike, they would have been saying that right then. That's my opinion. I think this is them just cobbling together what happens like they always do, very reactive. But it says, his elimination promotes the return of our residents to their homes. No, it still does not. Exact opposite. It also promotes the return of our abductees in the South. How exactly does it do that? So bombing in Lebanon and murdering civilians while still bombing, by the way, still bombing in Gaza, which is where they are, how does that keep them safe or bring them home? It doesn't. In fact, it makes it far most likely, which is what your own population is telling you. But as always, this is aimed at the West, blindly following along. And it says, the more Sinwar sees that Hezbollah will no longer come to his rescue, the greater the chances of recovering our abductees. Or you could take the deal, which would have him home on the 9th or the 10th of October, like everybody already knows, and you're lying. In the coming days, they will face significant challenges, and we will face them together. Together, I guess he means him and some of his cabinet and the rest of the United States government. Everybody else seems to be against what he's doing for the most part, but who cares? Kim Iverson points out about Nasrallah, no matter what you think of Hezbollah, it's important we remember the reason that they were targeting Israel was to pressure them to stop their genocide of Palestinians. Nasrallah died a true martyr defending the defenseless. He was on the right side of history, which I'm sure bothers a lot of people, but guess what? It's the fact. Doesn't mean everything he ever did was good. But I think if you actually take the time to look anywhere but the narratives of the West, you'll find that the rest of the world is a different perspective. And that should mean something to you. Now, Nokora Ericat says, if all that is being reported is accurate, and I think she kind of means the same point about the assassination and so on, we just witnessed Israel authorize an assassination attempt from the UN, the very body whose raison, how do you say that again? Deter, like the justification for war, is to avoid war. Oh, wait, is that what it is again? It's the moment, important, reason, purpose for someone's existence. Yeah, I thought it was used in the context of like the impetus for war, but so the definition as written here is the most important reason or purpose for someone or someone's existence. And she's claiming the UN is to avoid war, which you might dispute. I mean, again, it's the body versus the different individuals within it, but I don't think the UN as a body is necessarily on the side of peace. But it says maintain peace and security. What a disgrace and mockery, and the thread unraveling what's left of Israel. And I agree with that. But her point is simple, that this has unraveled any illusion therein, or if you think that's the case, this has shifted things forever. I said that in the beginning of this. This has only added to that. It really has. What they have done is change the entire dynamic. Now, here's what the Cradle reported about the bombing. There's dispute about the exact location, but regardless, while in the United States and clearly with U.S. personnel behind him. The question is whether he was actually at the United Nations when this happened. Now, here's what the Cradle reported. Netanyahu gave the orders to wipe out an entire neighborhood in Beirut from the UN headquarters in New York, which is wild. It's an insult. It's meant to be an insult. I can do what I want. Nobody can control what the Israeli government does, which a lot of people love to hear. But I mean, think about what that shows you. That's embarrassing for the U.S. government. That's embarrassing for literally everybody, because it shows very clearly that there's no regard for the very things you pretend you're fighting for. Or Biden acting like we're going to rein him in. And I don't agree with him, but clearly you're just a passive observer to Netanyahu's genocide. Or I shouldn't even say it like that, because the reality is you're just in line with it. But I mean, in the sense of whatever he does, you seem to be just following along his coattails in the context of Biden or whatever else we're talking about. And of course, they block out all what's going on there, which is interesting. But Arad Bertrand says the level of impunity is just unfathomable. The man is currently violating dozens of UN resolutions, which is easily provable, and is facing an arrest warrant by the ICJ. I mean, technically, he should have been arrested when he stepped into the UN. He says, yet he goes to the UN headquarters and orders from there another egregious war crime. The world is broken, he wrote. Now, Rami Araya points out the room pictured is not at the headquarters from his hotel, and is saying the carpet is wrong, but looks to match the Laos Regency. So again, it seems a little bit up in the air, but regardless, I think the point is simple, that while in the United States, where he should be arrested already, he ordered the murder of an entire city or complex or block of Beirut, killing hundreds of civilians at a place where he's arguing that they're the victim and they need to stand with Israel to fight against terrorism. He goes out and orders terrorism. Now, Asal Rod pointing to the Onion article that said, Netanyahu feeling like a trip to the U.S. to start World War III went pretty well. And guess what? Here is the Times of Israel reporting to you that the prime minister's trip to New York, in quotes, was part of a diversion so that Nasrallah would think he was safe. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Whether that's even the truth, that is the Times of Israel reporting that the Israeli government made a conscious choice to use the entire UN process simply to trick Nasrallah. You know how insulting that is to everybody there? They already know that. Most everyone at the body thinks these people are ridiculous monsters. The point is that the U.S. and Israel seem to control most of what happens to that body. Think about how insulting that is. And even if let's just even say for this other part of it that it's real. Netanyahu and his government knowingly set this up to go to speak about peace and defense just to trick everybody, including the U.S., including Europe, including people at the UN, so that he could carry out a large terrorist attack on Lebanon. That's simple. That's from Times of Israel. That's wild. It's terrorism. That's what it is. Now, speaking of terrorism support, as I pointed out before, the fake international human rights lawyer, here's what he said with that same image right there of at the UN calling from the United States and then murdering of civilians. You'd think a human rights lawyer might have some gripe with that, right? But he says, regardless whether Nasrallah is dead, what a glorious FU to that from the tiny Jewish state to the rest of the world. Wait a minute. Don't you have allies? So screw everybody. We're going to do what we want. Yeah, that's exactly the message, guys. They don't care what you think. They don't follow the law. They don't care about human rights. F you to the world. We're going to murder who we want, guys. And the rest of these governments go, feckless. That's why it's on us to make something happen. The peoples of the world. Stand up now before the rest of Lebanon is gone. He goes on to say, the fake human rights lawyer, they all wanted us to stop, to appease these jihadist bastards, he says. All of every person in that. So the 99.9% of the people you killed in those buildings? Well, no, according to even you're talking about just Nasrallah, but you killed almost all the rest of our civilians. He's a human rights lawyer, don't forget. I mean, that's grotesque. He says, but Netanyahu went to the UN, apparently on a ploy to trick everybody, slammed that cesspool, then got off podium and calmly carried out an act of terrorism. He says, this is what it means to have a sovereign Jewish state. God, it's just so incredible. These people have deranged minds. Here's what I said. I said, meet Arsen Trovsky, the pretend international human rights lawyer who is a rabid Zionist openly praising the most obvious violations of human rights and international law in history, if committed anywhere in the world by Israel. You are a fraud and a traitor to your own people. And I mean that in the sense of Israelis. They are trying to get them to stop for their people to come home. And all they want to do is expand the war and act like they're in support of their own people. Nope. You're a traitor to just about everything, including people's lives, humanity in general. Human rights lawyer? I mean, come on, guys. Like, that's worthy of ridicule. This person is a monster. Openly going, yeah, screw the rest of you so we can carry out terrorism. He also said this: we fire at their terrorists, or one of them in a sea of other civilians, apparently. He goes, they fire at our kids. Therein lies the difference. You know, sort of like Blinken saying, we follow international law, Hamas doesn't. Therein lies the difference. Well, that aged really well, didn't it? Well, here, Arsenatrovsky, here's a Jewish doctor telling you how you aim at their kids.
When were you in Gaza?
End of April for the first couple weeks. And then there's sniper bullets. I have children that were shot twice.
Wait, you're saying that children in Gaza are being shot by snipers?
Definitively. I have 2 children that I have photographs of that were shot so perfectly in the chest I couldn't put my stethoscope over their heart more accurately, and directly on the side of the head in the same child. No toddler gets shot twice by mistake by the world's best sniper. And they're dead center shots.
In fact, more than 20 doctors recently in Gaza also told Sunday Morning about gunshot wounds to children. One American doctor told us he even reviewed CT scans to confirm what he saw because he, quote, didn't believe that this many children could be admitted to a single hospital with gunshot wounds to the head. Some shootings have been captured on video.
So, of all the disaster zones you've seen, how does Gaza compare?
All of the disasters I've seen combined, 40 mission trips, 30 years, ground zero, earthquakes, all of that combined doesn't equal the level of carnage that I saw against civilians in just my first week in Gaza.
And when you say civilians, is it mostly children?
Almost exclusively children. I've never seen that before. Never seen that. I've seen more incinerated children than I've ever seen in my entire life combined. I've seen more shredded children in just the first week.
Shredded?
Shredded.
What do you mean?
Missing body parts, being crushed by buildings, the greatest majority, or bomb explosions, the next greatest majority. We've taken shrapnel as big as my thumb out of 8-year-olds.
The UN reports that to date, more than 80% of Gaza's population has been displaced and the majority of its buildings destroyed. A reality which has taken its own toll on the well-being of children.
What about the emotional wounds?
How can you measure that? I can't measure my own. How do you be an orphan and watching your family, melted in front of you and shredded in front of you? How do you fix that? Ever fix that?
Kills me. Now here's the thread that I put out, which I've got like 5 or 6 more that I need to add to it. I just haven't gotten to it yet. Which, by the way, every time I play that video in particular, every time, and I've seen a lot of other people share it without that warning. Every time I share it, even in reply to somebody, I get that warning put on it. Every time. This platform is very surreptitious and it's very angled differently. It is social engineering in real time, guys. But here are all these doctors, every single one of them, most of them from other parts of the world, not from Gaza, not Palestinian, are there telling you exactly the same thing. Sniper targeted shots to the forehead from Israeli snipers, watching them do it, watching them murder, watching them destroy, watching them take organs, all of them. Every one of them. This doctor telling you that Al-Shifa Hospital, they lied about it. There was no Hamas presence. We all knew that. They're all lying. Every single one of them. The one I just showed you is a Jewish doctor. And all they want you to do is just Arsenatrovsky. Well, they shoot our kids. We don't. Yeah, you're a liar. And in fact, from what I can see, they're not shooting kids either. You are. Now, I'm sure it wouldn't surprise me if the other side was shooting kids too, but I haven't seen it. And I've seen a mountain of evidence showing the other side. It's disgusting that this keeps happening. Now, Julia Steinberger points something out that I think is really important to consider that I said in the beginning. She says, I really need someone to explain to me how bombing 6 tower blocks in Beirut is different from bombing the Twin Towers. Now, there's always a lot of emotional reactions, a lot of political discussion. Just aside from all the BS, the objective perspective, how is that any different? Well, I mean, look, you could argue that people thought, let's just even take from other perspective that bombing the Twin Towers, let's say there was somebody in there that thought they were going after. Would that make it okay? Let's just say there was a terrorist in the Twin Towers. Would that make it legally okay? How is that any different? They killed one person, they claim, in 6 buildings. Now, there's more than just 2 towers, mind you, that fell, and I love to keep that out of the story, but let's just pretend it was. Let's just say it was. The bottom line is they are claiming bombing 6 buildings full of innocent civilians is okay as long as they killed the one guy. So, even though we know for a fact that Israel was clearly involved with 9/11, would that make it okay for you if it was Al-Qaeda? If they thought there were, let's just even say there was an actual terrorist. Let's say today, Israel decides that there's a Hamas terrorist and a Hezbollah terrorist inside of a building in New York, and they kill that, they bomb that building. Why is that not the same thing? Oh, because they wouldn't do that to their ally. Oh, so it's just a flimsy line about not wanting to hurt your ally? Everything else is okay, though? What if it was in Saudi Arabia? What if it was in Syria? Okay, so they're allowed to murder an entire city block to kill one person? That's the line we're now drawing? Or you mean there is no line? Come on, anybody with a brain and compassion and just empathy for human life can acknowledge that this is terrorism in its purest, most obvious form we've ever seen, being framed as the right thing to do, which is what I said on day one from this conversation. That was the most unnerving part. Not that it was just obvious genocide, but that your supposedly good people in the world were coming out and going, no, this is not just, it's not wrong. It's the right thing to do. Don't worry about the children being shredded on TV or the starvation or the disease. Just ignore it all. It's the right thing to do and go back to sleep. That was the hardest part for me to digest. So what she's pointing out is one of the most valid points in this conversation. If you're concerned about 9/11 and you don't care about this, you're a hypocrite. And it says muting because I can't keep up with with blocking both the anti-Semitic, Jews did both, and the Zionist, all Lebanese are terrorists, in replies. How interesting is that? So somebody trapped to be in between all the BS like a lot of us are. Because obviously to say that the Jews did it, I think is ridiculous. Clearly it's Zionism if you want to make that point. That's my opinion. You can decide for yourself. But there's also a lot of other dynamics involved, and it wasn't even just Zionist. But the point is that the other side of it is just as ridiculous. Coming in from the Zionist side saying Lebanese are all terrorists, because there's a lot of that in the Israeli conversation right now. Now, what's funny is first, Sisi comes in and goes, you're attracting anti-Semitic people because you said something anti-Semitic, Julia. Don't you realize that simply saying that this is like 9/11 is somehow against Jews? Are you kidding me? I mean, even if you want to, ignoring the Semite conversation about using anti-Semitism as a ridiculous claim because Palestinians are Semites, but think about this for a second. So now apparently any disagreement with the state of Israel in any way is anti-Semitic. We're not even talking about a Jewish, we're talking about an action from you're not even saying the word Israel. You're going, I need to understand how bombing 6 towers, an act by the Israeli military, is different than 9/11. And she goes, that's anti-Semitic? I mean, it's getting so abstract and like 3 steps removed. Why? Because that means you think that them doing this is wrong. I mean, I don't even know how to piece that together, actually. So you think that bombing this is as bad as 9/11, and that because Israel did that bad thing, you must hate Jews. I mean, it's just so stupid. These people are ridiculous and are worthy of ridicule. Now, to me, my honest opinion, I think Sisi just genuinely thinks that. There are a lot of really stupid people out there that blindly go along with narratives that are logically inconsistent because they were told to. But she goes on to say, the Twin Towers were not the headquarters of a major terrorist organization because the U.S. is not a terrorist hijack country while terrorists rule and hide among civilians like in Lebanon. Okay, I still don't get how you think that's her attacking Jews, but you're also wrong about that. But he goes, you're comparing a terrorist attack that deliberately targets civilians with a military attack aimed at the headquarters of a terrorist organization. Okay, still don't see why you think that's anti-Semitic. That has been bombing Israeli civilians for a year. That's not difficult to understand. Now, you're wrong about all of that, first of all. Secondly, I don't see how that connects in any way with anybody Jewish, but who cares? Because you attack Israel's actions, you're anti-Semite. That's what it means today. You understand? That's the new definition. If you gripe about a genocide, if Israel's doing it, you hate Jews, right? If you don't like a law they're passing that clearly demonstrates apartheid, you must hate Jews, right? If you highlight that the Israeli government stood up and just said, these people shouldn't exist, you just must hate Jews, right? It all makes sense. I mean, that should sound stupid to you because this is stupid. And there's a lot of people out there making this case. Now, Julia, also in the same response, somebody responds by saying, no one is saying all Lebanese are terrorists. That's intellectually dishonest. And I said, no, you mean aside from the Israeli military and the Israeli media? No, you're just intellectually stupid. I shouldn't be that mean. But what's funny to me is that these people are out there defending things and they don't even know what's going on. Or it could just be bots in the IDF bot room, which does exist, like all of them do. But as you've seen, here's the Israeli media, which, by the way, is all screaming about this. I've seen 4 different channels saying the same thing. Kill them all, wipe them all out. There shouldn't be anybody. And don't forget, there are already documents going around about how they're going to make settlements in southern Lebanon. So that has to matter to you if you're an objective person. If they're talking about making settlements, then you already know they're not going to give it back. And this is about occupation and nothing more. But he says there is no difference between Hezbollah and Lebanon. That is an Israeli representative speaking on Israeli media. Then, oh wait, there was a... Damn it, that I grabbed the wrong one. Son of a gun. Well, either way, I had 2 examples of media and then military, which we've already seen. I mean, I've gone over this extensively, but this is the Israeli Minister of Education. But there's also another example on the media, but it doesn't matter. The point is the same. They're telling you that they feel that way, despite Netanyahu coming out and saying, don't worry, we're only fighting Hezbollah, just like he lied to the Palestinians and then went on to kill all Palestinians. On top of that, this is about Gaza, but it's the same point. This is Rabbi David Mivasir saying, I speak Hebrew. I'm very horrified to say that the translation below is accurate, just for those that want to dismiss it without due diligence. Here's what Khaleesi is highlighting. Israeli Knesset member, so part of their government, Amit Halevi from Netanyahu's Likud party says newborn Palestinian babies are terrorists. I've been telling you, it's not a secret. This is now what, the 9th example I've seen of the Israeli current government explicitly stating this? Many times, right on the Knesset floor, going, they're all terrorists, kill them all, they're guilty right from they're not trying to mince words. They want you to know, in their mind, which, by the way, again, goes back to that same debate with Loomer and Galloway, where she tried to argue that the children are terrorists, and he laughed at her because that's worthy of ridicule. They want you to think, because they're blind propaganda, that these people are terrorists when they're born. He says, I remember Halevi priding himself with Al-Shifa raid, and so he caught in the department, I don't remember exactly the orthopedic department, supposedly 150 terrorists and killed them. And of course, as we now know, those were almost entirely Palestinian civilians, remember, the time, this video was already shown. The time, it came out very clearly they were just tallying every Palestinian that was killed or taken as terrorists. That was very early in the conversation. Weirdly, we just forget about it. And it goes on to say, at the same moment, the maternity ward, 300 terrorists were born. Oops. See how that works? And he goes, why? 300 children, not terrorists. And he goes, no, terrorists. No, children, he responds. And the guy says, no, Elor, those are children. And so we should kill children now as well? This is where we've gotten? Right, that's his argument. They're terrorists when they're born. I mean, I don't even know why we have to mince words about this. That's what most of them think. You're not going to hear that from Palestinians. Show me. I mean, I guarantee you'll always find a fringe example in every conversation from somebody. You will not hear that from the Palestinian government, because that's not the argument. Even with the hatred that they likely have, rightly so, for the Israeli government, and that would drift into the people as well, because a lot of them feel the same. You won't find that. Now, Saudi Agris points out, if it wouldn't be okay for America to bomb, I don't know, let's say Mexico City, to kill a cartel leader, why is it okay for Israel to bomb Beirut to kill a Hezbollah leader? Yeah, don't try to find the hole. The logic is sound. And the problem is that everybody knows that. We just make an exception for the state of Israel. That's it. And that should bother you. He says, and the response, but Sal, they're not sending rockets into the U.S. He goes, they would if they were under occupation. There you go. Perfect circle. The point is clearly that, one, if they're occupied, they have the right to do so. But the idea is that the U.S. was occupying Mexico, maybe they would be firing on the United States, and then the point would be the same. Either way, it's not about they did this first. It's the same logical point, however it started. You don't get to go, well, they bombed over here, therefore law doesn't apply. That's kind of what they're always doing. You bombed an entire city, killed all these civilians for one person. There's no way you make that not a crime. Every other context in the world, we all wouldn't even bat an eye to call it a crime. But now, we can't because you're afraid to be called racist or because you blindly allow Israel to do things nobody else is allowed to do. That's not about Jews or Israelis. It's about the Israeli government. Now, Sal also points out, I'll just leave this here. Who is the aggressor again? Daniel McAdams shared this on a live stream, but the point is this has been discussed, and I actually have the BBC clip as well. Israel-Hezbollah conflict. And this is post-October 7th. Over 7,400 cross-border attacks since October. Note that the red is Israel, the blue is Hezbollah. In most cases, that's like 6 or 7 times the amount of rockets and missiles. So it's pretty clear who the aggressor is here. At the very least, you would argue that's in a not equivalent response, which is a whole part of what in regard to war crimes and genocide. But again, here's the BBC, who's openly talking about this on corporate media, making sure you understand that over 83% of all the attacks between them since October 7th have been made by Israel. I think I said 80-something, or it's 83. Now, let's see where we're at. We're about 3 hours. I will play a couple of these. We'll see. I'll let it go for now. I might just wrap pretty much everything else after this last point. It's going to be stuff that I could put off. But I think what's important here is it's just this. The next couple sections are about the aggressive dishonesty, which is always there. And a lot of it's propaganda stuff. Aaron Mate had a great interview on how he even managed to get any word in on the Piers Morgan show, which essentially allows people to scream over you. It's just such an embarrassing display. But this one first is Mehdi Hassan. Now, what I find so frustrating about this is, yes, there are points worthy to make here to point out how, again, Piers Morgan is playing this clumsy role of acting like he's the middle ground when he's absurdly still pro-Israel, blinded by things he thinks he knows, which he's completely and embarrassingly wrong about. But on top of that, Mehdi Hassan, who, again, there's a lot of examples before this point where he was ridiculous. During COVID-19, he was a blind follower. My point is, this is another dynamic of the false dichotomy or false binary, whatever you want to call it. That they're presenting this as Hassan is on the side of the truth and Piers Morgan is the bad guy. Well, no, because he comes in and he does make some good points, but he also cements a lot of falsehoods that I think that's the way this is supposed to go. That's why you should be looking for not these corporate media adjacent figures and looking for people who actually have an honest engagement in independent media. Now, listen to all of it. I'm not saying ignore any of it. Consider all of it, but make sure you absorb people who are not compromised or elitists or part of the corporate media in my mind. But either way, let's watch this clip.
All Israel's fault, is it?
Well, no, because you're mixing different things up. Is Hamas...
But you're always very keen to put it all on Israel.
No, because if we're talking about...
I try and be a little bit more like, hang on, when you commit a terror attack to the scale of October 7th...
You both sides occupation and illegal...
No. Aim right there. Like, the idea of calling it a terror attack is just, that's part of the propaganda narrative. Like, if you're going to call that a terror attack, why wouldn't what Israel did in Lebanon be called a terror attack? All because you frame it as one side good, one side bad. It's not what Hezbollah is. Hamas is funded by Israel. So how the hell do you make sense of that? Because the point is, he doesn't care about that information. That's been presented to him and under his tweets since the beginning of this. He doesn't care. If you're not going to address the fact that Hamas has been funded by Israel up until October 7th, then you're either a moron or a dishonest person. So that is an early point in there. But I do argue that Hassan makes good points in a lot of this.
I don't. Yeah, you are. You just said, I try and be fair. You can't be fair to an occupier. By the way, when we talk about Russia and Ukraine, this is what frustrates me. Right. I know my friend Owen Jones sat here and said the same thing to you. When we talk about Russia, Ukraine, you don't do both sides. You blame Russia as the invader and occupier. You don't do that with Israel. That is the double standard on your part. No, I try and be consistent, Piers. I'm morally consistent. I say Russia, hold on, let me finish the sentence. Russia illegally invaded and occupied Israel and illegally annexed Crimea.
No. See, here's the problem. See, there's where you fall into. You think, oh, Mehdi's on the side of the truth. No, he's not. Now, he either doesn't know that, which is crazy to me, or he's this is all a big show. I don't know. You can decide for yourself. They did not illegally occupy Crimea, and a moron could put that together. The information is unbelievably clear. It was a referendum, and it's obvious. I mean, there again, like these elections in Venezuela, there were international observers. It was obvious. The people of Crimea are mostly Russian speaking, and you could, there's 1,000 different reasons and ways to show that they were more in line with Russia and wanted that. But of course, it's easy to make Russia bad guy because narratives. And so you just lie. It's like pretending Assad's gassing children. The amount of information proving that's not true is unreal. Just like the amount of information showing what Zionism really is and Israel's an occupation, but we just pretend it's not there. So that bothers me when he goes that route, because you had a good point. The idea that he isn't consistent with Russia. You can't just pretend that the point is that Russia was drawn into this using another proxy element that was meant to do that. And they've been very tactful about tactical about it, very measured, because they knew they were being drawn into it and they did not take the bait. Because remember, day one, the corporate media was reporting tanks driving into Kiev. That didn't happen. Not in the context they were framing it as some invasion of Kiev. The point was that was Russia did not try to take over all of Ukraine on day one, which is what they thought would happen. That's why they were framing it that way. Either way, what he's doing is highlighting this as, Russia bad guy, but you're not consistent with the narrative. And I just want to make sure that's clear.
Standard on your part.
No,
I try and be consistent, Piers. I'm morally consistent. I say Russia, hold on, let me finish the sentence. Russia illegally invaded and occupied Israel and illegally annexed Crimea.
He said Israel, but he meant Ukraine.
And Israel is doing the same thing in the West Bank, Gaza, the Golan Heights.
As you know, they are completely different.
Yeah, Israel's worse. It's been going on much longer.
Well,
people living under much worse conditions.
But
And they've killed more kids.
Right, but there is no similarity in these two situations.
Agreed.
I mean, think about how crazy it is to even say that. And again, Hassan's going, yes, you're right, because Israel is that much crazier in every possible dimension, in every possible way. It's amazing that Piers just continues to buck that. Like, at least if he wants to give the impression that he's somehow in the middle and objective, then he would go, yeah, then you're making a good point. But let me explain. But no, he just pushes back because these people are not genuine.
Israel's is worse.
It's not.
How many kids have been killed in Ukraine versus Gaza?
Well, in 1 year.
Ever.
In 1 year?
Ever.
Take whatever point you want. More kids have been killed in Gaza than in Ukraine.
Okay.
Every human rights group agrees with that.
What's happened in Ukraine?
Oh, let's just shift the conversation. See, there's a dishonest person. You damn well know that point was shockingly valid. Okay, 1 year? No, ever. Okay, how about this? No, the point would be that if you have any care for how many children or civilians are being killed, which is usually one of the main metrics for deciding what something is worse than the other in the context of war, then you would go, yeah, well, you're right. They have undeniably killed more children. And there's no dynamic that makes that make sense. But let's pretend that Russia's bad or worse because that's what we're supposed to do.
Ukraine. We can come to Ukraine. What happened in Ukraine is a Russian dictator invaded Italy.
Russian dictator. God, it's just childish. Like, this is my point, is that you could come into this acting like Russia is the aggressor. What they did was wrong, but they have to make it so hyperbolic and ridiculous. Like, just, these are, if they're a terrorist because they're the bad guy. How about you just argue what they're doing is a crime? Nope. They got to take it all the way because that's the only way this dying empire can make it make sense. And that applies to the UK's dynamic as well.
We agree on Ukraine.
Yeah.
But we don't agree in Israel because you're not consistent.
I think Israel is much more complicated.
That's complicated, as my friend Ta-Nehisi Coates pointed out the other way, is just a good way of avoiding attributing moral responsibility. It's complicated. No, it's not complicated, actually. Israel is the occupier under international law. Israel is the one killing the vast majority of civilians. Right now, it's not a liberal democracy.
It's not anyway. But yeah, he's right, especially right now. And even according to their own people, according to the judicial reforms that are changed, I mean, judges from Canada made that point years ago. If this happens, there will be no judicial independence. Yeah, that happened a long time ago. It's just embarrassing that they either don't know or don't care, right? But the idea that it's complicated in these dynamics, it's an illusion. It's occupied Lebanon, it's occupied Syria, it's occupied Palestine. End of conversation. The reality is, yes, crimes can still be committed around that, and they have. But that is where the conversation starts and ends. They're the occupier. They're the criminal. Yes, that's as simple as it gets. And the dynamic is obvious because they're bombing an area that they are occupying. That's why they're so desperate to hide this part of the conversation.
Which Russia,
it's run by neo-fascists right now.
Well, I don't disagree with you. There are some right-wing headbangers on that cabinet. Also think that Netanyahu has to go.
Or most of the entire population.
Also think the whole of Hamas have to go, right?
Under no scenario is it liberal democracy right now. Palestinians.
Right, and Hamas, which is funded by Israel. Right, you get the point. This is a meaningless exercise in futility. The problem is, though, that it is reaching some people. And I think they're having these conversations because they have to try to take the advantage where they can. That'd be my opinion. But here's how he responds, which is hilarious. As I told you, there is no comparison between the two wars. You think you got the better of that exchange? I think you're embarrassing yourself. He says, so your attempt to conflate them to suit your virulently anti-Israel agenda is very disingenuous. Like, that's just a desperate effort to frame this the way you want. That's not how that exchange went, Pierce. And I think he knows that. Now here is Barak Ravid, the one who's just blindly parroting what Israel says. He says, IDF spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari says Israeli jets patrolling the airspace near Beirut airport and will not allow flights to land. Now, they claim hostile flights with weapons, which, how would they know what plane? Yeah, that means planes. That means we're not going to let people land right now or take off. Quote, it's a civilian airport for civilian purposes. It needs to stay the way. Okay, that's pretty alarming. As Ali says, Israeli just wants a reason to bomb the airport. Everything for them is an excuse. Lebanon has lost its sovereignty after this. That's his opinion. What I think is pretty scary, and here's an article about that. We will update soon as we know. It's as Hagari announced that they've begun restricting access to the airport. So that's the reality of it. Of course, weapons and bad guy stuff. But get this. So you're telling people, get out of the way, but you can't leave. That sure lines up, right? To me, this is an extension of the Gaza genocide. It's exactly what it is. And why exactly does Israel get the right to restrict a foreign country's sovereign, the ability for people to fly out of there or that's everything about this is a crime. Israel acts like it can just pull whatever lever it wants because it's in control, because that's what the world has allowed it to think. That is what the mindless followers of the U.S. government and UK have allowed it to think or become real, because that's what's happening. We can just order evacuation orders to Lebanese government buildings that have no connection to Hamas or Hezbollah because we can do what we want. Or we can send messages to your cell phones somehow in other countries because we've infiltrated your tech and nobody talks about that. This increasingly is getting more concerning. I mean, I'm not even talking about the sad reality of the people suffering. I mean, the way that this is undeniably getting out of control, even in the sense of what the U.S. government pretends it's managing. Now, here's the U.S. Embassy. So here's what's crazy to me. The Israeli government says, no, nobody's leaving. And then the U.S. government meekly follows along and says, okay, no one's evacuating. So you're now saying U.S. citizens are not able to leave. Well, here's what it says. U.S. Embassy is not evacuating U.S. citizens at this time. Israel is literally carpet bombing entire blocks, and you're going, no, you're good to stay. But somebody will have you'll evacuate people from foreign countries just for the propaganda purposes. But when citizens are actually in danger because of your ally, you won't even tell them to leave. But here's where it gets more crazy. It says there is a commercially available flight that U.S. citizens who expressed interest departing Lebanon will have to book and pay for it. Oh, so you're making them pay to flee the bombing of your ally. But guess what? Combined with what we just told you, they can't leave. If they're restricting the airport and they're going, well, we won't let you fly out of the military, but you can sure as hell buy a ticket that Israel won't let you flee on. So now U.S. citizens are trapped in Lebanon, it seems, just like they are in Gaza, and neither government cares. Not the U.S. government, not the Israeli government, because clearly they don't care about any of you. Now, as Israel accidentally starts killing American citizens in Lebanon, which probably has already happened, how much you want to bet your government doesn't care? That should be very disconcerting for you all. Patrick Henningsen writes, one of the big takeaways that will result from today's massacre in Beirut by the Israeli military is that there is now more broad support in the region and globally for Hezbollah than there has been for the genocidal Zionist regime. He's right. So they love to stress what they want the people to think in the world. The narrative, they love to push that out is what everyone thinks. Nobody does. Clearly, more people have now recognized what they are because of this. It's caused more instability for their own country, for the Jews of the world, because of the way they frame them as what they are, even though they're not. Because of what they're doing, because they're not, the North illegal settlers are not going to go back anytime sooner. They've caused this to spin out of control even more because that's all they know. That's what terrorism looks like. He says it's beyond the pale now. Not since World War II has the world seen a regime with a penchant for mass murder like that of the Israeli regime. Vanessa Beeley points out a press TV report demonstrating that, where they say, we are going to fight back stronger than ever before. Now, of course, you'd argue that would be probably the response, even if they weren't both sides always propagandize, but at least what they're putting forward from new leadership is that we're going to go harder, which obviously is what you'd expect. Maybe you could argue based on some of these points that maybe it won't be as strategically directed. Maybe they'll have worse leadership. Maybe that's worse. Maybe that's going to be even more belligerent and clumsy and exactly the point some of these people are making. This is guaranteed to get worse because of what they did. Everybody could have foreseen that. It's probably what they want. They're saying that while Israel may have killed Hassan Nasrallah, they have instead created hundreds of thousands more, and the resistance will not stop because of a single leader. Now, the Savior points out that as of right now, or really the starting of the show, that a rocket was fired from Lebanon and hit a Zionist building in Jerusalem. Hitting in Jerusalem is an important point. And then newspaper and articles collection says direct hit on a power outage deep in Israel. Power's going out. So all it's showing you guys is that as of right now, and probably a lot more since I've started, there's bombing going back and forth, and it's not just like we've seen in Gaza. They are effectively hitting inside areas that they claim are protected by Iron Dome, and where's that? It's not working, which I think proves a point that I've been saying for a really long time, that it's mostly a show, that Iron Dome, that you paid for. Either way, this is going to be used to argue they're terrorists, even though what they're doing, again, this is the point I made before, bombing in areas that have civilians. Again, and this is based on an image we're getting, in real-time reporting. So for all we know, it's a military location. But I would argue it's most likely we're seeing, especially because of the killing of the leader and the fact that Israel's been doing this everywhere for its entire existence, that they're finally going, we're going to react in kind. And I would say they're both crimes. But you have to acknowledge the reason this is happening. Right? And if Israel just killed hundreds of people in 6 buildings, arguably to kill one of their leaders, how is that any different? There's got to be some legal equivalence here, guys. Otherwise, nothing matters. Now, in regard to the lies, because there has been, like every other time, the biggest one I want to highlight here is Netanyahu, which we already showed you, claiming that every single home has a rocket. Despite the fact of them saying that we're only going after Hezbollah, but we're going to bomb every single person because you all have rockets. And then I showed you their own government, the Ministry of Education, and plenty of others, and the media saying they're all terrorists because that's what they're teaching their own people. But that's what they actually think. So here's what he said.
They fire these rockets and missiles not from military sites, not from that. They do that too. But they fire those rockets and missiles after they place them in schools, in hospitals, in apartment buildings.
Where have we heard this before?
And in the private homes of the citizens of Lebanon.
All right. Okay. Now, how'd that work out with Gaza? How many times have we seen that proven? Well, 0, in fact. You may think otherwise because you bought one of their graphics and cartoons, but realize that every single one of them have been shown to be false, mostly by the corporate media, which is wild to me, but it's true.
They endanger their own people. They put a missile in every kitchen, a rocket in every garage.
Wow.
I said to the people,
you could say he's being hyperbolic, but you're literally murdering people based on these statements. You realize he just left this room and ordered them to murder 6 buildings full of people. That every single one of them in every car in every kitchen, that's not even logistically possible, but who cares? Because let him say what he wants in front of the United Nations. Why is he not arrested standing there?
People of Lebanon this week, get out of the death trap that Hezbollah has put you in.
Right. So by that game, just like in Gaza, if they don't leave, well, they must be Hezbollah. That's what they're already saying online. Despite the fact that they has no legal right to tell them to leave their homes. And just like we've said in the beginning, legally speaking, international law, they're required to prove that these are the case before mass murdering an entire block of people. Okay, but here's the important part, as we know, because this is not Gaza. Now that they've bombed this area, are we going to find out? Well, I guess it'd be different because crazily enough, they're able to get away with killing hundreds of people to kill one person. They're going to say that's what justifies it. But there's other bombings they've already done. I guarantee you somebody's there checking and going, where's the tunnel? Where's the rockets you claim? Where's the evidence? And that will come out. So on that point, let's not forget, well, first to his point about every rocket in every kitchen, well, that's exactly what Israel's built in this illegitimate location. It says Tel Aviv has military infrastructure everywhere in the city. I mean, what he's pointing to, by the way, is a squirrel, is a Haaretz article that openly discusses this. And it in and of itself says, does the presence of IDF's headquarters in Tel Aviv endanger the city's population? Yes, which the article concludes. The point is that everywhere in the city, in different locations, they have their military equipment embedded in civilian neighborhoods. How is that any different? Now, what the people online try to argue, well, it's not in an apartment building, it's its own building. Well, okay, fair enough. And that I haven't seen evidence that these are in apartment buildings in Lebanon either. Neither have you. But the point is that if you're embedding these within a civilian location, it's the same difference. But the point, and that's, by the way, that's what Israeli media points out. But it says bunkers underneath housing the entire Israeli military and intelligence command and control structure. Because they're also, they have, remember the Al-Shifa building? The underground tunnels, Barak, former prime minister, admitted that they built that. And I showed you the article. That was built while there was a hospital. They built this underneath when they first broke. So they originally were the ones that created a human shield dynamic in Al-Shifa. And there's yet to see evidence that they ever used Al-Shifa as a command center for Hamas. They said so, and they wouldn't even be able to prove that there was even a command center. He shot a bunch of old and out-of-use tunnels. The bottom line, though, is that they keep lying about that and keep getting caught, and it proves that they are the ones that have actively done this, pretty much like every other allegation you've seen. Human shield, organ theft, yep, that's pretty much pointing back at themselves. They are, it says, the legitimate targets per Israel's own standard. Right, so if you're going to apply their logic, doesn't that make everyone in Israel? Well, it would. Now, I don't agree with that. I think that's wrong. But by Israel's logic, Lebanon has the right to defend itself for the next year straight, and they can bomb everywhere in Tel Aviv. But I don't agree with that. He says, whatever Netanyahu is, wherever, Ben-Gvir, Gantz, the entire Israeli political and military leadership is automatically turned into a legitimate military target to bomb and wipe up the face of the earth. Every person in that vicinity is a human shield, their own standard. Like, think about it, guys. If they're bombing 6 buildings full of innocent people because of the person being present, that means anywhere they are in the world, ever, at any point, makes that entire location a justifiable target by Israel's logic. But of course, to them, it doesn't matter because only terrorist bad guy can be allowed target, not us, even though you're the most obvious living embodiment of terrorism in the world today. This is if you don't reply in kind, they'll just keep escalating over and over and over again. It's a great point. Now, here's what you're seeing online. Iran Vada 110 is a destroyed home used by Hezbollah. When I posted the IDF animation, which is embarrassing you even thought that would fly, of Hezbollah storing rockets, which was an animation they created when they've done, every time they've done that has been proven to be false. He says, all the anti-Semites laughed and said, source, trust me. Well, here's a picture. Like, it's just so funny. Like, this guy just jumps from one assumption to the next, right? Well, they said, and I posted, and you laughed. So here's a picture they sent me. Okay. Okay. And what's funny about this, first of all, how we pretend we even know where this comes from, though we know this is anywhere in the world. But let's just take at face value, pretending it's in Israel. In Lebanon. What they're trying to show you is a rocket inside of some structure, right? Pretty sure that looks like something other than a building, but we'll go for there. But here's what Ayad points out. You wonder how they put the ballistic rocket inside the apartment, because that's actually an apartment building. Maybe they placed it first and then built the apartment around it. The point is that people never think through their narratives. This guy got told something by somebody and then blindly repeated it without doing his due diligence, because that's what Zionists do. And he says, I don't think the Zionist PR firms that come up with these crazy lies are stupid. They are targeting the stupid Zionist ideologues who are going to swear it's true. That's perfect. Exactly. His point is, look at the size of this thing. And you're telling me because of the location he pointed to, which was an apartment building, that's going to be inside of an apartment building somehow? Certainly possible, but as Kim makes a very excellent point about, same thing, Mossad commentary going, IDF spokesman revealed Hamas tried to launch a cruise missile from a house in Lebanon. And even shows you. There it is. Look at that. Wow, look at that little animation. Well, there's the actual real shot. Here's the point, which is logic. She goes, and how exactly would they launch it from inside the house? Does this house have a reinforced floors or exhaust channels or a clear exit path? Mighty militaries can't even launch cruise missiles from inside of buildings. Now they think you're so stupid you'll believe Hezbollah can fire them from just anyone's house. And of course, you'd be like, well, they don't care about the house. Well, that's not the point. It wouldn't be able to functionally launch from inside of a building without... It's just ridiculous, guys. These people think you're that stupid. And now they're expanding that out to manipulating the stupid Zionists that will spread whatever they hand to them. That's embarrassing. But don't worry, they gave you a drawing instead. IDF says this is how close the weapons are to us based on this drawing we put together with images that you can't verify. I don't even know why. Look, maybe let's just even say for objectivity, maybe it's real. Wouldn't surprise me, seeing as how they're illegally occupying Lebanon and they're trying to fight for it back. But what's embarrassing is that a group that has been caught lying more than I've ever seen in any situation in anything I've ever covered. Now, even now more than Ukraine, which was wild. Ukraine was just clumsy, which I think is just an extension of the Israeli agenda, quite frankly, as they fund the Azov movement. But they have just been caught roundly. Every single major event, mostly by the corporate media, which still baffles me. So my point is, if we know that, which anybody objective does, at the very least, you have to go, okay, well, they've lied a lot, and we know they've lied a lot, so maybe that's a lie too. That's just what an objective person would do. So the fact that they think they can come out and float drawings and cartoons and go, that's the truth, because we said is, I mean, I guess what else are they going to do? But it just shows their shocking hubris. Now, here's another example of a lie. And this woman online broke it down very clearly. Israel's using digitally altered videos to create propaganda videos to legitimize targeting civilians. And she mentions in the end the point that we already proved is happening. Many have proven this in their own videos, which, again, I spoke to people that looked at this, and you don't take that at face value. Do your own due diligence. And showed on the last show we had, those little popping off flashes at the bottom. That's not rockets or munitions. That's flares they've dropped with the bombings. And you could argue the same thing with the rest of what we've seen. Dropping little cluster munitions and different things to make it look like there's ammunition in these houses they're bombing. That's the level of Zionist manipulation. Here's another example.
Last 2 days, has anybody told you that there's video proof of Lebanese people hiding cruise missiles within their homes? Boy, do I have a story for you. I found the video. We're going to take a couple of seconds and we're going to watch it, and then I'm going to break it down for you. If this is their damning evidence, they have a problem. Let's break it down. So first you see the home, right? And then it pans out. And then they show you the strike on the complex, right? Now, it's a little blurred. I don't know why. It's after they show you the strike that they show you a zoomed in portion of the video where you can see what appears to be a cruise missile being launched at another building. Here's the problem. That building wasn't there before. These are 3 separate videos that are all spliced together, and they all appear to be from different locations because the strike that shows it exploding to begin with features a field full of bushes. You can even see other buildings clearly represented in the background. So why don't you see the building that the cruise missile reportedly struck in the second video? And why are there very odd transitions? This is where frame by frame comes into play. You remember I pointed out the blur? They blurred the whole complex. Why would they do that? Easy. It's not even the same shape. From this angle, you should be able to see several characteristics from the first home that you can't see. Even with the blur, you should be able to see the dark brown rooftop on top of the building. But it's not there. They manufactured this one too. Only this one, they did digitally. Instead of launching flares at a building to make it appear as if a cruise missile had gone off in there somehow without exploding and without launching, They just digitally threw 3 videos together. And in the third video, you can't see where the missile is coming from. It's all obscured by smoke and even more blur. Now, a lot of people want to say that we're being hypercritical, but these are the same people who told us that a calendar was a guardian list. So maybe we might have reason to be a little bit mistrusting.
Right. Or 1,000 other examples of them getting caught lying over and over and over and over and over, which I'll actually include a thread on that same point. The idea being they've already been caught in this exact way. Splicing together videos claiming here's a tunnel that's going under. Nope, we caught you. There's different tiles on the floor. There's different ceiling. There's wires that aren't there now. Like just lazy, or that they're just that bad at this. And they splice videos. They've been lying the entire time. which means they know that they're manufacturing all this. Now, Rania Collect makes a good point, and these are just lazy arguments you get online. And the point you need to ask yourself is why they would go to this extent. One, it means that they know that they're not fighting the people that they're claiming they are, but they need you to think these people are repressive, that they're anti, whatever, Muslim extremist, because that's what sells the West. This person says, Lebanon was living in peace and tranquility in 1976, and then came Hezbollah, except that was a decade later, but who cares about the facts? Her point is, I was just at the beach in Lebanon. This is Rania. Less than 2 weeks ago, where everyone was bathing in bathing suits as skimpy as Miami, you freak. They're just lying, guys. They're just making this up because the West, especially people in the paradigm, fall for it. And she says also, who cares? Arabs are only worthy of life if their women are in bikinis? Are bikinis the only way to humanize us, you pervert? He says, you should be embarrassed. Seek help and leave us alone. Because this is the point about the reality that there are plenty of people in the conversation, whether Iran or elsewhere, who do believe in the different culture and the different, like with the hijab conversation. Robert makes this clear every time. Yes, there are lots of people in the country that argue that that shouldn't be something they require. Different culture, different conversation. But there's also a lot of people in the country who aren't even religious who wear it as a symbol of resistance to what the U.S. is trying to do. And then there's people that believe in that conversation. But let's not forget how hypocritical it is to pretend like that's a weird problem when you still have that happening in extreme religious, in women in Israel, Orthodox Jew communities. It's what's different though, because it's the same conversation. It's the same thing from a different religious perspective. I guess because they're not brown, it's somehow not a problem. It's just lazy arguments. But either way, the bottom line is they lied about this. Not only is the date wrong in the conversation of Hezbollah, but the point is that that's not the reality, as she's, and plenty of other examples you can see for yourself. Now, here's another point, and you're seeing this a lot. All right. Okay. So they bomb this area. They take out Nasrallah. And what do they need to do? They need to convince the world that everybody's on their side. Even Lebanon's cheering because we told you they wanted to be freed. The same game they played in Iraq, the same lie they spun in Syria, the same thing they do everywhere. And here is this random Zionist going, Lebanese civilians are celebrating the death of Nasrallah. Well-deserved, party all night. And it's just them dancing and singing. Point. He says the Zionists are copying posts from each other and spreading disinformation. The video is from the anti-government protests in 2020. I mean, you can even see this on the original post, guys, which they know what they're doing. This is a very dishonest tactic. They're lying. That doesn't mean that this complete follower knew that. Either way, it doesn't matter. They're not doing their due diligence. They go, yes, narrative, I like, share. Same with the two-party paradigm in this country. But why would they have to lie about that? Because it's not true. Because they have mass popular support in Lebanon. But of course, he tags Community Notes. And then guess what? They don't do anything. Because Community Notes is not in the interest of the truth. It's in the interest of controlling narratives like Twitter has always done. Right now, clearly for the Zionist agenda. You can tag Community Notes for the next 14 years straight. Despite the obvious and easily proven evidence, they won't follow up because they don't care. Because the system seems to be influenced by, like even someone like part of Syrian Girl. She engaged with this process, and she'll constantly point out that it makes no difference. The Zionist bots will overrun it and get what they want every time, because that's what Elon allows. Or Yacarino with the conversation of a partnership with the ADL and the use of CHEQ Israeli platform to stop the bots, but really just overrun it with Israeli bots, or using Authentics to verify and take your biometric data. It's pretty clear what they're doing. And here's an example of that. So Sal Diagras points out 30% of Beirut are Christians. Make sure you're listening to that, Republicans, as they bomb Beirut and kill at least, what it would be, 1 out of every 3 or 4 people in Beirut are going to be a Christian that they kill. So right now, knowing they killed hundreds of people in Beirut, I guarantee you some of those are Christians. But you won't hear a peep of that from the Christians of the world, or from most of them, or from the Republican Christians that blindly support Israel. But it says, listen to those screams purchased by your tax dollars. Now, I don't have the video, but download it. But the point is, you can just hear people screaming. Whether out of horror or sadness because Nasrallah was killed or whatever it is, people are screaming. And this is recent. This is in Beirut. Now this person says, hi, descendant of Lebanese Christians here, which I don't know why that he got a bearing that you know what's going on there, but it says there is footage of Lebanese Christians rejoicing and dancing in the streets. No, you're pointing to what we just showed you. And Sal says, do they look like they're dancing in the street? They're not. These people are screaming and crying. He says, for the love of God, turn off the Lockheed Martin funded faux news. Oops. Oh, tell me I didn't just lose that. Okay, good. And it says, I shared a video of a group of them singing and dancing last night. Lebanese Christians are terrorized by Hezbollah daily. This is a good thing. I simply said, yeah, it was from a protest in 2020. All you have are lies. And surprise, surprise, she didn't respond. What did that just delete right there? Hold on. Whoops. How did that just happen? I want to see. Oh, what is that? How is that happening? See, isn't this interesting? Like, look at this, guys. I was just looking at these posts. Now suddenly they're not allowed to be seen? Isn't that strange? Maybe they blocked me. Let's see. Oh, that's why. See how that works? You point out that they're lying. She gets caught lying. She can see that she's lying. She can be proven to the fact that she's lying. Right? And then she blocks me because I exposed that she lied. Or rather that she got tricked into lying, however you want to look at it. But is that what honest people do? Oh, look at that. Isn't that perfect? This is a video from 2020. She got caught, guys. Look at that. That is perfect. That's the same person. That's why she blocked me, because she got proven that she was lying? Like, is that what an honest person does? No, that's what a Zionist manipulator does. I'm going to include this link too, so you can have the proof that that's a lie. That even, not that because Twitter says so, because it is the truth, and Twitter just backs it up. Because it is. You can easily see. It's that's what's so crazy about most of the lies. It's right on the surface, easy to prove. They either don't care to look because they don't care about the truth as long as it hurts Israel, like a same two-party dynamic, or they're lying. They know they are. Now, on top of that, Casey Wright includes a Cradle article simply talking about how this happened in Syria, saying that the MI6 basically produced fake videos of Syrians celebrating in the same dynamic by handing out sweets and whatever. It's the same thing you see every time. Now, here's another example. This one's actually crazy because of how, I think anybody not blinded by the partisanship right now, anybody who's standing back and kind of see, this video is shocking because of how clear it is that they're leaning in the direction that everything Israel says is true no matter what. So Dana Bash has to issue a clarification, which is, surprisingly enough, that they completely misrepresented what somebody said because a Jewish person said that's what they meant. Watch.
On a story we brought you yesterday concerning Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib's comments,
who I don't support, who I think is crazy as everybody else.
Attacking a decision by Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel to bring charges against pro-Palestinian protesters at the University of Michigan.
Okay, so in case you can hear that, she criticized Tlaib that this political entity framed Palestinian protest as terrorism. That's it.
Tlaib accused Nessel of, quote, biases.
Okay, so you're biased, right? You are just broadly stroking Palestinian support as terrorism. Yeah, because that's dumb. That's obtuse. That's ignorant. That's actually racist. So she said that's bias. Okay, you follow?
Here's Tlaib's full quote to the Detroit Metro Times. It seems that the Attorney General decided if the issue was Palestine, she was going to treat it differently. And that alone speaks volumes about possible biases within the agency she runs.
Seems pretty simple to me. Now, let's be objective. Maybe she's got some secret meaning there, but you don't know that. The words are very clear, and whether or not she had some secret, the facts are obvious. You said that you are being biased, and she's simply going, that might mean that there's more bias within the agency, right? That seems cut and dry. Like, it's funny to me because I'm going through this on the online back and forth I was just showing you. People that do this.
Now, Tlaib did not reference Nessel's Jewish identity. Her office has not responded to our request for clarity. Her allies insist that's not what she meant. But
meaning that she's been accused of making it about her Jewish identity, which she did not.
Nessel still says she believes it is anti-Semitic and repeated on CNN yesterday that, quote, clearly she's referencing my religion.
Oh, clearly. Clearly she's referencing your religion by in no way even mentioning your religion, because that's clear, right? See how dumb that is? Like, they're cementing this in it's clear that you mean anything about Jews if a Jew suggests that in the interest of covering for Israel and Zionism. That's really clear. I mean, and guys, and even stating it exactly like that, that's not racist at all. Because what I'm talking about, whether a Jew or not, is somebody pretending that what you said is racist to hide the actions of a government. That's just stupid. And in fact, racist in its own right, because what you're doing is using Judaism to hide crimes. So every Jew in the world should be outraged by that and say that that Jewish leader or ruler is using her religion to cover for genocide. That's what she's doing. Tlaib did not say anything of the kind, and in fact made a logical point, even though I think they're all ridiculous, about how she was biased against Palestinians or anybody protesting for Palestinians, which, by the way, includes a lot of Jews. It's just, this is such a comical dynamic. It's just crazy how it really is this bad in the hierarchy of this country, where people in the media like this moron talking are just completely blinded, either by propaganda, by political interest, or they're really that stupid. And that's pretty scary when you think about it. Now, Mohammed Shihada made a really great thread here. And really, I should do an entire show piece by piece reiterating. But we've gone over every one of these. I mean, literally every one over the last year. But this is a great thread. Every single one of these are a lie that's been proven. Not an assumption, not we think first, but a proven lie. For example, where France 24 broke down how this woman pretended to be a nurse from Al-Shifa, but it turned out to be a fake video put out by Israel. They proved that. Or any number of examples, like this one was supposedly a rocket launch. Nope, it was an old seller they proved, and it was demonstrated by even Israeli media. It's incredible how many times they've lied. Over and over and over and over. It goes on for a while. Isn't that crazy? But we still pretend like we have to treat them like they might be telling the truth. I mean, we should be using logic and going, well, based on so far, they're probably lying. But still always consider it could be, but recognize that you have a logical standing for realizing that they're probably lying. Now, I think I'm going to go over this later since we're almost at 4 anyway. But this is just embarrassing, right? This woman is just disgusting to me. She's this just smug, indifferent, like this smug dismissal of the fact that, because what Aaron is talking about are verifiable facts, discussing the fact that, whether it's the killing of protesters, whether it's the rape allegations, which the whole world knows are based on absolute fabrications, but she just smugly shouts him down and interrupts him every 5 seconds because Piers Morgan will allow it. And shockingly enough, Aaron holds his composure and maintains it. It's incredible. But there's a couple of these clips. And Pierce is it's just so embarrassing the way, like, this is not how you run any kind of engagement, any interview, to allow really two of them to just smugly shout him down every time he tries to make a point. And I'm not talking in any way that's like making another point. They're just going, oh, you're a lot. Oh, you're a racist. Oh, just like right over the top of him every time. It's really hard to watch. But he just goes on about those points. What I wanted to make sure you saw before I wrap, this woman is the one that already got caught lying. And I said, in case if you've seen this ignorant woman, and there's a tag, smugly dismissing easily verifiable facts about Israel's genocide and its general history of war crimes in recent debates with Aaron Mate, don't forget she's been caught many times, shamelessly lying, like the example below.
If a ceasefire means the return of the hostages and the dismantlement of a genocidal regime that has stated that they're going to attack us again, then everybody would be in favor of a ceasefire. But if a ceasefire means that we're just going to keep them quiet for a bit until they attack again, then it's Israel's obligation to defend its citizens and destroy that threat, don't you think?
It's quite the Israeli accent you got there. But what's funny is that what she's talking about is what we tried to tell you from the beginning. Right now, their narrative is all about, we want the ceasefire and Hamas won't let us, and all of our people support us. Nope, it's clear they don't, and it's clear they know you've been trying to stop it from happening. But back in the beginning, the first couple months, this is what they were saying. Well, ceasefire or our hostages are secondary. We got to go after Hamas first, until that became really uncomfortable because nobody agreed with that. Now they pretend like it never happened. Here she is saying it, just so that's clear, but it's what she says next, which is incredible.
Why is it necessary, it is reported, to start shooting, having snipers outside a church?
I saw the reports this morning. There are no churches in Gaza, so I'm not quite sure where the report is talking
there's
about.
a Catholic church in there, isn't there? That is.
Yeah, unfortunately, there are no Christians because they would drive.
Oh, okay. So just first step, no churches. Oh, but there are. Oh, okay, but there are no Christians. If you were in that engagement, I'd be like, timeout. Were you making that up? Or are you admitting you were wrong? That's really embarrassing. And she goes further.
Driven out by all the reports this morning. There are no churches in Gaza, so I'm not quite sure where the report is talking about.
There's a Catholic church in there, isn't there?
There's more than one.
That is.
Yeah, unfortunately, there are no Christians because they were driven out by.
Respectfully, there are Christians because I spoke to an MP yesterday who has family members in the church who are Christians.
Well, I don't know what happened. I don't know who was attacked.
Oh, yeah. Let's go back to the other point. The attack. We'll talk about that. How embarrassing. Just so it's clear, that's not a mistake. This woman is deliberately lying for Zionist agenda. And the game is what they used to get away with. It's just going, that's not true. There's no Christian. That's just a lie. And people used to just let it go. But no, there are churches that you've bombed. And yes, there are Christians. And in fact, there were a lot. And even in the context, there were Jews that lived in Gaza before Israel made them leave. And that's on the record. But you see, they just lie. Lie and lie and lie and lie and lie.
Let me preface these remarks with I never, ever believe Israeli figures. I've been in the government too long to know that the Israelis are patent liars.
Yep. Maybe we should start paying attention when people tell us stuff like that. Now, this also goes back and forth with other stuff I might touch on later, but I wanted to make sure you saw this too, which is pretty wild. So this is the Israeli citizen spokesperson. And she's a representative for the Israeli government. Okay. She's representing them in this discussion and is saying that the Gaza famine is a hoax. Isn't it funny how YouTube and all, you're not allowed to deny major world events? Oh, but unless the major genocide or the major starvation campaign that every legal standing in the world is highlighting as a famine, right? This is the IPC. It's like the lead standing entity in the world on this conversation. And it's telling you famine is imminent as 1.1 million people, half of Gaza, has extreme catastrophic food insecurity. But she's going fake news. This is on June 18th, but I'm pointing out, well, no, that's not true. Ruth, who is in this video, responds and says, there is absolutely no famine in Gaza. What there is Hamas stealing humanitarian aid. So she's just going back to old narrative from day one, which everybody's proven false. Cutting off the hands and feet. Oh, you mean that fake story Elon Levy just spread again that was been proven false in the first 2 months? Yeah, that's how lazy and desperate this is. Publicly. Okay. Well, I said, except for the pesky little fact that literally everyone in the conversation has called out Israel for what it's doing. And Israel has been caught lying by its own media about every aspect of this genocide, even killing of its own people, except that. Hashtag Zionism is terrorism. And I include the article from ProPublica, which, by the way, in case you missed it, says Israel deliberately blocked humanitarian aid to Gaza. 2 government bodies concluded. That's the U.S. government, mind you. Anthony Blinken rejected them. And that's what I was showing you before. Here he is even engaging with this exact point on CBS, acknowledging that point, acknowledging they blocked it, acknowledging that he made a wrong call, but he only had to judge it based on real-time information. Oh, okay, so you lied. And then here, apparently Netanyahu told Blinken that Israel denied humanitarian relief because ministers wanted to inflict collective punishment. You know what that comes from? The Atlantic. The Atlantic article discussing this exact point is highlighting the fact not only did they lie about it, but the internal circles told Blinken, we want to hurt the civilian population. Blinken later certified that Israel had not arbitrarily denied. He lied. And the Atlantic and seemingly everybody else is calling it out. Oh, but don't worry. They wrote him up. What are we in, junior high? He wrote up, that's a prison-worthy sentence. Oh, but who cares? Because it's not about accountability. It's about the illusion. So the point, again, this liar who blocked me after I exposed that doesn't like to be called a liar. I mean, the point is simply, this is a representative of the government who blocked me. So I said, where was it? Right here? Of course you block. And this is the old account we used while we were censored on Twitter. I said, of course you block and run from the facts like the child murderer you are. So you're denying and blocking of aid, denying the blocking of aid and deliberate starvation of Palestinians and your hostages alike? Or are you just afraid the Israeli people will see that you know that and don't care? And I also added, tagging Twitter, I said, then this member of the government blocked me for pointing out the obvious facts about them blocking aid. Isn't that against the rules, Twitter? But something tells me you'll make another exception. Because it is, by the way. Technically, as a government representative, you're not allowed to block. And that's what this, I mean, I guess you could argue it's a personal account. The whole game is ridiculous. But either way, the point is that they're lying. They know they're lying. And when confronted with the provable evidence, they just go block, run. And yet she'll stand there and act like you're wrong for pretending people are dying while children are starving as she speaks. It's disgusting. They are disgusting. Tiberius says, never forget that Biden-Harris spent $750 million to build a temporary pier from your tax dollars under the guise of supplying humanitarian aid, committed war crimes and a massacre by hiding soldiers in that fake aid, and then left the people in Gaza dying of thirst and hunger. This is your lesser of evil. So there's your point for the other side of the game, okay? It's the same way either way you look at it. Because in his perspective, there are people that are choosing Kamala over Trump because they argue that she's the lesser evil. And it's the same stupid point. They're both evil. They're both pretty damn on par, in my opinion. The point is that the lesser of evils is the ploy because they're both the same damn thing. And then, of course, Vivid says, I do not stand for an immediate ceasefire. I stand for the complete and utter destruction of Hamas and Hezbollah. Oh, the mission creep from the planet. Israel needs to finish the job, says this proud Israeli Zionist propagandist. That was on September 26th. So just in case you were unclear about this, everybody in Israel seems to want their families back, but the Zionist propagandists want you to think that they all want to stick it out for revenge or whatever they're making it out to be. So the destruction of now Hamas and Hezbollah, see how that expands? Now, my point was in Gaza, it would have just become the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. It would have become whatever was next to keep it going. Now you're just like Hezbollah too. So now you have to destroy Hezbollah and Hamas everywhere until this end. It's never going to stop unless we stop it. And these blind propagandists don't care about anybody, not even the Israeli population, because they don't want that. They want their families back. That doesn't mean they support Gaza or Lebanon, but it means that they know Israel doesn't care about their families. That's a crazy thing to recognize. Now, just to end really quickly, don't forget that everybody, the vast majority of people at the UN, walked out when Netanyahu got to speak, which I don't know why he's not arrested, which is mind-blowing to me. But as Hassan Mafi points out, when the West sees a terrorist, standing, what was it, 50-something standing ovations? When the rest of the world sees a terrorist, empty chairs. Think about that. Now, I could have done this I think it was something like, other than a few entities, and clearly that's the UK, the US, and like 6 or 7 others, everybody else at the UN is on the side of Palestine. It's not my opinion. It was obviously a state of Palestine, but I'm telling you, I could have gone over and over. Belgian prime minister, Gaza genocide, minister of, what was it again? Venezuela and Palestinian territory. This is Venezuela saying same thing. Reiterate the unwavering solidarity of the Palestinian people. Here is Jordan. Jordan's an important dynamic in this because of the occupation, because of the discussion of Jerusalem. The point is that Jordan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, listen to this, as they're screaming, they're not going to end this. What it says is all of us, members of the Muslim Arab Committee, we are willing right now to guarantee the security of Israel in the context of Israel ending the occupation and allowing for the emergence of an independent Palestinian state. So now not only do you have all of them, Hamas, Hezbollah saying, if you stop what you're doing in Gaza, this will end. And then you've got Jordan saying, look, we'll guarantee Israel will not be annihilated, even if whatever you think will happen or persecuted, I would argue, as long as you give Palestine a state. And guess what? They go, no, we're going to keep murdering children, which is what's happening. Even Jordan is giving them an out and they won't take it. And then this is the U.S. government, what's her name, Greenfield, saying that Palestine won't be allowed a state because they don't meet the requirements, which is not up for her to decide. And they're still pushing back. Max Blumenthal pointing out here they are patting themselves in the back about how they're saving the world when Gaza's in ruins and Lebanon's under assault and Russia's updated its nuclear doctrine because of these psychopathic clowns. That's what's happening. But Tom Cotton, don't worry. Tom Cotton is proud to stand with Israel. There's no moral equivalence. It's meaningless. There is a legal equivalence, you blind, bought-off liar. Who cares, though? Because moral equivalence, we're going to pretend like they've got the moral right to murder children because we're on your side. No, you're a terrorist. You are siding with the evil of the world and acting like it's okay because here's $237,000. That's all your soul's worth? That's weak. We got Lord Bibo highlighting Israeli soldiers are being detained on vacation. This world is shifting. He went to Marrakesh, Morocco, right? We're going to murder some children and rape a couple people, and then we're going to go off and have fun in Morocco. But guess what? They aren't okay with that. And they arrested him. He's accused of war crimes and is completing a 3-month of duty. Now, the point is that this is happening around the world. People are arresting Israeli soldiers because they're committing war crimes. So it shows you that things are shifting. And now you got people that aren't going to be afraid to travel anywhere else. Good. Now, I'm not saying that for every Israeli. That's the unfortunate consequence of what your government is doing and blaming you for it. But most Israelis do, in fact, support what's going on. Now, you'll also find that today, and this is on the 25th, rabbis, Jews, and allies sat in the AIPAC office in Los Angeles, and they were demanding AIPAC stop claiming to stand for Jewish safety. Well, look at that. While supporting the genocide of entire people. What was that again about only racist? And, the reality is there are a vastly growing number of Jews in the world that are calling you out. But of course, there must all be trash, right, Ben Shapiro? They're all racist if they don't support Zionism. How does that work out? Hopefully you're paying attention because the world is changing. Zionism, as Dan Cohen points out, who I have an interview with, I think the day after tomorrow, is the opposite of Judaism. He's right. Jews who follow their religion would rather die than become Zionists. And you will see that all around the world, including in Israel, where the Orthodox Jewish community that stands up against Zionism gets beat up by the IDF all the time. Now, this in general is just you have more colleges because they're being forced to by these you could see, you already see how this goes down, where some of the presidents that try to stand for free speech, even though I disagree with 90% of what they push, were removed or fired or left because Israel was calling them racist for not attacking all the Palestinian protesters. Now they've coerced through the DC manipulation to make Zionism, the word itself, a racist term. As he writes, Zionism is an ideology supported by Jews and non-Jews. Biden, I am a Zionist, it's opposed by both too. Right? Glenn can be objective. And he's saying banning it would be like banning Marxist as an insult. It's stupid. It's completely the opposite. It is an attack on free speech. And don't worry, Trump's going to take care of anti-Semitism in his first term. Right? Because he's going to block you and censor you and use digital IDs to stop you from speaking, just like the other side. But Zachary wants you to understand the most common myth about Zionism was that its purpose was to save Jews from persecution, suffering, and destitution, right? During the first few decades of Zionist immigration to Palestine, Zionist leaders in Palestine, in fact, rejected 61% of immigrant applicants. Think about that. The number one reason for rejection? The applicants were too destitute and poor. Look at that. Zionist leaders in Palestine, like Arthur Rupin and Mayhem Shinkin, wanted wealthy, strong, single Jews to migrate to Palestine. In other words, they wanted Jews who didn't actually need a safe haven. The lies they're built on are so shockingly obvious if you just look. Zachary Foster has a PhD in Palestinian history from Princeton. It's just sad how many liars there are out there. And I'll include my discussion of Zionism versus Nazism, Israel's connection to extremist ideology, and ADL faking Nazi marches. It goes into the history of Zionism. And I'll leave you with this. Ooh, under 4. We made it. Ron, you posted this. Now, this is Gabriel Mate, Aaron's father, who is a Jew himself and is very, the history. He speaks a lot about this. Aaron's interviewing about Zionism and the goal. And I want you to understand that this is rooted in the reality. As Avi Shalom and other academics will tell you, if you just listen, stop listening to politicians and listen to academics, listen to anybody, listen to politicians too, but stop blindly listening to politicians about things that suit their interests. Listen to some other perspectives out there, and you'll find very rapidly that the majority sees this. And it's just been hidden. It's been suppressed. It's been choked. It's been called racist, and people flee. Right? But the point in there, to make sure you heard, is to listen to all perspectives. Consider all perspectives, but objectively, and view them and do your due diligence. And this is what you'll ultimately find. Thank you for tuning in. It is crazy, guys. It really is. I mean, as much as I do this every day, you go through this and you're just going, it just is wild how much that it just keeps going. But every day we make a difference. You must remember that. You must believe that, because it's true. Like, new people every day, we reach new people. It is changing the conversation, which is changing the world. Quite literally. Now, always the power structures will try to take that power back, but we can stay vigilant and we can continue to move the needle. It's happening right in front of you. And damn, we need that faster than ever, as we're seeing the agenda switch into Lebanon. More civilians are being killed. But I see that, as always, we have this opportunity because the peoples recognize it. Do something. Stand up. Speak to people. And I'm not advocating for violence, but the reality is the more pressure we apply, the faster this will end. So thank you for tuning in. Thank you for believing that we have the ability to make a difference, because you do. And as always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
On the first prime minister of Israel said in the 1930s that, politically speaking, we are the aggressors and the Arabs are just defending their homeland. That's what Ben Gurion said. Now, publicly, they spoke a different language. But Ben Gurion said this very clearly to his fellow Zionists. His political rival, Jabotinsky, who founded the party that later became today's Likud party, which is Netanyahu's party, he said that the Jewish colonial project, he called it that, the Jewish colonial project cannot be achieved without force, because no country, no people give up the land without fighting for it. So what I want people to know in a nutshell is there's antecedents, there's a history behind this, and the history is that of one people coming into a land and having the resources, having the imperial support to achieve their goals at the expense of displacing and oppressing and occupying and suppressing and very frequently mass killing than other people.